Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Happy Wednesday. I hope you guys are all having a great day. Oh, we lost her. So, thank you guys for being here tonight. We are doing some continued coverage from yesterday's live, where we are taking questions from the chat. And yesterday kind of turned into a lot of the legal side of things, which is, was great because we had Andrea on. So we decided that we were going to do this kind of in a couple different parts. And so today we're going to answer questions focused more on like the timeline of events and the timeline of the crime. And hopefully that'll kind of help break down some of the questions that we did get on the community post and that we did get like via like chat and Carrie's questions on her spreadsheet and or her Google Doc. So we figure if we could just, we'll just start by kind of just going through the timeline of what happened, who was supposedly where, when, and then hopefully that will answer some questions for you guys. And then we have some documents and then, you know, it kind of leaves us with some questions of our own too on were these certain people even there at the time that they say they were there, and then they testify to a different time. So, you know, we'll go through, we're just going to start basically just going straight through timeline wise. And then hopefully we hit on some of the questions that we'll be able to answer some of those questions from you guys. So with me tonight is the lovely, beautiful All Eyes.
Hello.
Hello. And then Sleuthy was here.
She'll probably be back.
She left. She'll be back. She can come and go. She does what she needs to do. Hopefully she comes back. Hold on. 30. No. Okay, so should we, I think one of the very first questions, let me pull that up really quick too, was based on
Thomas said Sleuthy saw a bird.
Oh shit, there's a bird. We're never going to see her again.
She gone.
So you know, if you guys know, like my setup, I have 3 screens. So it's typically very easy for me to share stuff with you guys because I normally am just sharing one screen. I'm with you on one, and then all my documents and photos and everything are on my third one. Like my third screen went out over here. So it's blank, and now I've only got the 2. Oh, I know, only. And poor me. But I mean, for habit purposes, it makes it really like I'm not good at sharing this stuff as I used to be, because I could just normally just toss it over to the screen and show it to you.
That's probably why you're so much better at watching chat than I am. I've never mastered it, but I always use my laptop because I'm always I'm never in the same place. So I'm not able to, if I'm not on that screen, I miss all of it.
Yeah. When I used to use my laptop, that's how it was. That's why my husband's like, you don't need 3 screens. I'm like, you don't understand.
Yeah.
I really do. Like I really do need 3 screens because
it's very helpful.
I need to just throw this stuff up over onto this screen real quick, and then this screen can just stay with you guys. Because, you know, I'm not trying to like show you guys like, you know, all the craziness that's on my desktop, even though some of you might want to see it. Okay, so this was, let me go back to her questions because I know there was, you know what? I think it was a community chat question. One of the questions was to discuss the night of the 12th going into the 13th. the girls are having the sleepover, and like, who were the girls talking to? So that was like one of the questions. So I figure we'll start kind of with the weekend, from what we know. If that's okay with you guys. See, now I lose you guys. I lose you guys in the midst of all the tabs because I can't have all the tabs over here.
Same.
Okay, so we know that that weekend, Abby's grandpa had come down to visit, and Abby went and stayed with grandpa on Saturday night at his hotel, and he had taken her to Walmart to buy her stuff for the new softball season. Now, that's Saturday, and so Sunday, this is kind of an interesting, maybe just bad memory, but so Sunday, we're told that, Anna gets Abby back, and her and Abby and Libby are all playing softball at the park. And then Abby, of course, wants to stay the night with Libby, and Anna like testifies, like, we knew that was going to happen. So, I ended up taking her over and dropping her off. But Derek, Libby's dad, testifies to the fact that he went and picked up Abby that night. And that could just be just bad memory of what actually transpired because they've done both so many times. I don't know. We don't know how Abby got to Libby's because we have two different versions of that. So they have this, I don't even know if it's like I wouldn't even call it a lie. It could just be what do we hear in Karen Reed? A false memory.
Right.
But like I said, I mean, he's gone over there to pick her up so many times, and he's just like, yeah, I probably picked her up. Like, that's just what happened. So then they have the sleepover that night from the 12th into the 13th. And as everybody knows, the girls are out of school on the 13th because they have too many snow days, and they have to be able to use them up because they have, a schedule for when the end of the year is. And so the girls are off of school that day on Monday the 13th. And this has gone back and forth a lot, like even with the family and the interviews with the family where they said, like, nobody knew the girls wanted to go to the bridge. Nobody knew that nobody knew that was even part of a plan. It was all very last minute. Well, the problem with that is that we had interviews with some of Libby and Abby's friends, the main one being Max Schnoberger, and then their cousin, Bryden. No, that's not the cousin. Tara's son, who was hanging out with Bryden Sandifer. Can I not think of his name? It's not Josh. Was it not? It's not Josh. I think it's the other one. But
I know Josh and Bryden were supposedly talking to Abby on the 13th, but Tara's other son isn't Peyton?
I think it's Peyton. I think it was Peyton, and don't quote me on that. It might have been Josh Jr. One of one of Libby's cousins was hanging out with Bryden Sandifer, and we know from them and from Max Schnoberger that the girls had contacted both of them the night before and asked if they wanted to go hang out at the bridge the following day. Now, that's obviously not in court documents, but we do hear it from their mouths, so you can take it for what you want. And so the girls were obviously planning on going to the bridge or to that area at some point. They just hadn't come up with a way to get there yet. So maybe, that was just planning because they were up until like 2:00 in the morning doing what was Musical.ly at the time. It's like TikTok. And
if I remember correctly, the reason Bryden ended up not going to meet them, according to him, was because he decided to go play basketball with Josh at City Park.
Right. Well, I think they were still together the night before.
The girls or the boys?
The boys.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe he just meant instead of going to meet him there, they both just decided to go there instead. They were going to play basketball
instead. I'd have to go back into Tara German's info and do that. So, okay. I'm going to pull this up too so that we have this. Okay, so then we know they get up in the morning. According to Libby's mom, she talks to her via Snapchat. And Libby's like still laying in bed, and she was like, hey, what are you doing, like laying in bed still? And she said like, hey, we don't have school today, whatever. The girls go downstairs. Derek German makes them banana pancakes, and they are trying to get Kelsey to take them to the bridge. Kelsey's saying no. She has to work, and she's going to go to her boyfriend's house. And then Becky has them filing paperwork for her because she works from home. The girls are playing with the puppy that the Patties had just gotten. And then they do get Kelsey to say that she'll drop them off at the Moreland High Bridge, and as long as they get a ride home, because Becky's not going to be taking them home. So now, who's all in the house with Becky?
I believe it would be Becky, Libby and Abby, and Derek, except for when he went to go take pictures in Franklin, and Kelsey. And Mike would have been at work, I think.
Jake John's wife isn't working that day?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm trying to remember that from trial.
And I think they said Tara was there for part of the day, and she had left to go home, and that's when Becky was calling her after she had left, or she left before Becky did. I can't remember. But Tara was working with her at one point that day, and I just don't know what time.
Okay, so let's confirm that, because I believe that Tara and Jake Johns' wife were both also there or working for Becky at that time, and maybe they had been in and out, but they should have both been in that general vicinity. And then Cody lived there, but supposedly was gone at work.
Yes. And then he didn't get home until right before Becky was leaving to go to the trail.
According to
Chelsea's saying, explain who the names are for the newbies. Okay, so Becky is Libby's grandmother. Tara is Libby's aunt. And what is the
well, here, I can kind of just give you, for anybody that's new, if you want, and you want to know and be able to track the family tree, it is in the Prezi, when the Prezi link is in the description. So it does have a family tree of who everybody is for both girls. So, or family wreath, whatever you want to refer to it as. It is, it kind of breaks down like who everybody is related to Libby. So you have Carrie as her mom, Derek as her dad, and then you have his parents. So it will give you the general idea of who's connected and who they are, even probably a little bit more in depth. And then so you have Tara, the aunt. Cody is adopted by Mike and Becky Patty. So his biological parents are related to Becky, but not Becky and Mike. So Becky and Mike
in
Patty.
The house, it was Libby and her sister, their adopted brother, who's a lot of people call him Uncle Cody because he's technically their uncle, but they're also their brother. So it's Libby, Kelsey, and Cody, and they all live with Mike and Becky, in addition to Derek German, who's Libby's dad. They all live with the Patties, and Libby's mom lived at the time in, is it Tennessee or Kentucky? I can't ever remember where Carrie lived.
I think she lives in Kentucky now.
Okay. Yeah, and so that's why Libby was Snapchatting with her, because her mom doesn't live in Indiana. And then there's other aunts and uncles who don't live with her being Libby, which is Tara, and then Tara's kids, and those are the cousins. And a lot of these people are just the immediate family like that. And so that's probably the closest TLDR for the players, at least in the household scenario. Let me see.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you have a lot on there. It's small on my screen, but
I feel
like you've added a lot more since the last time I looked at it.
No, I haven't touched this.
I don't remember seeing that little second page when you scroll to the right, the purple side.
Oh,
maybe it just didn't load. Oh, okay. I was about to say. Okay.
Yeah, no, there's Libby's, and then there's Abby's.
Yeah.
And then it tells you like the color coding of which generation is what. So first, second, third generation.
Nice.
So that gives you, I mean, if anybody, because it's really hard to kind of keep track of everybody and who they're all related to, but the best I could do at the time. So that's what you got.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's in the Prezi, which has a ton of information up until trial. And then, I mean, it's still, once again, it's not done. It's like never done. It's like
mine,
all
same with
Liza's
mine.
dick out.
Yeah.
Like it's just never done. So
I'm
if you
always check back for the latest update. Like if you go to the GitHub, that's where the most recent
right.
whatever is, because it's always being updated every time we get anything new.
Right. So if you are in it and you are seeing something that might be blank, but All Eyes did say that when she was going on mobile, it wasn't really loading all the pictures and everything. Do you guys go back to this? It's like a never-ending storyboard.
Yeah, on mobile, it just doesn't load quite the same as when I'm on the computer. It still does, but it's just a little, it's not as mobile friendly. You can eventually get there, but it just takes a very long time, at least for mine to load if I'm on mobile. But
well, so the thing is that the Prezi is huge.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest one I've ever made, and I've done a few of them for either cases on here or even like when I was in school. This is the biggest one I've ever made. So part of the reason that it became like hard to update was because it takes a long time to load sometimes. But I think once you have it loaded, like it's a lot easier for it to just kind of reload it unless you restart your computer or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, it's got, so anybody who isn't familiar, it's got, here's Libby, Libby's social media accounts. So it walks you through that. We talked a little bit about this. So the night before, I shouldn't say that. That's the wrong one. So this link right here is to the Instagram messages between Libby and Abby. And then it gives you all of her social media, her photos, and, you know, a little bit about her, and then her family. And so like it kind of goes in the family tree direction here as well. So like if you go to Carrie, who is Libby's mother, it takes you to all of the people connected to Libby's mother. And then same, this is Kelsey, the sister. So then it takes you into like, here's some screenshots from social media posts of Kelsey saying specific things that I found important. And so I wanted to memorialize them. And then here's just obviously her photos. And then Derek, same thing. You go to Derek and it takes you to Becky Patty. It takes you to Becky Patty's social media posts. So, I mean, it's like, you have to kind of dive into it. And then it'll take you through, like, so here's Cody Patty, here's his biological parents, screenshots that I found that were important. Same thing, Tara German, which is Libby's aunt, and then her family, same concept, social media posts that I found important. And then so on and so forth for that. And then so you have that for Libby, and like I said, it's layered. And then you have Abby's as well. So it takes you to Abby's social media, which Anna says she didn't even know that she had. And then it'll take you to, here's like Abby's photos, her dad, which there's not a ton of info on. And then here's Anna's family. Once again, same concept, social media posts. I mean, so it kind of walks you through it. Here's David Erskine. These are all names that you kind of just become familiar with. So this was Abby's grandpa, Cliff Williams, that came down to visit her on the 12th, and she stayed at the hotel with him, and he bought her all of her new softball equipment. And then there's interviews. I've tried to put all the interviews in there as well. So like here's, you know, just link on it, and it'll take you to what you're looking for. And that's the same as like interviews online. So I was told that it was Peter Falk from Anna. So now you can take that or leave it. Oh shit. What did I just do? Oh, I totally closed it, didn't I?
Yeah, I think you closed the tab.
Why did I do that?
Probably habit.
I will find it again. So like I said, there's a lot from trial though that is not updated in this. That I need to like actually take the time and sit down and reorganize everything from trial. So you have, as I was saying, it's going to take a second for it to load. If you can go in, like I said, here's your family tree. This is all the information regarding the leaks during the investigation all the way up to the trial. Persons of interest, this one goes really deep. So if you like click on one, you're going to end up like it just keeps going. So, I mean, like I said, if you're looking for any of that type of info, here's like sketches. There's the bridge guy video. Oh shoot, I was going to show you guys. So like this one really needs to be updated probably the most, because I don't have everything here. I have your GitHub on here. Because I was like, you want the documents, just go to All Eyes GitHub.
Yeah, I think I have a link to Rick Allen Justice, Delphi Docs, and yours on one of my tabs where it's just resources. Like that's probably the fastest way. So if anybody's at mine, they can find all of
Right.
the main places to find whatever they need.
Well, and they're also like inclusive of each other. Like she has stuff in GitHub from me. I have stuff in my Prezi from her. So it can also take you like to each other. I have spreadsheets in here from Sleuthy. I have spreadsheets in here from Yellow Jacket. So this is like, you know, like I said, I mean, this has got all the, if you're looking for a hearing transcript, here's hearing transcripts. That's got everything in there so that you can easily access them. But like I said, that's not completely updated yet, but you know, you can kind of walk your way through it. And then what else is there? This one is also one that is not complete. This is where I was sticking everybody's interviews. Like I said, so some of them might actually be blank, but like here's the patties, and I was going through and like adding every interview from online that I can download and adding it to here. So you guys will have all the interviews, like family interviews, Anna's interviews. So you have that one, and then you have this one's also pretty deep. It has all the law enforcement, the witnesses, the searchers. So like sketches with a statement timeline. So this is everything that came out with the sketches. If you're looking what was released for the sketches, here's everything. Here's the dates that anything to do with sketches were mentioned in any interview by law enforcement. Crime scene. This is not bodies. This is physical pictures of the crime scene before and after the crime. Like so you can get a lay of the land. This one. This is where we'll talk. This is why I had it up to begin with, because we're going to talk a little bit about Tina Garrison, which we did bring up yesterday. And I was like, wait a minute, I do know that name. And then All Eyes was like, yeah, it's in your Prezi. I'm like, of course, that makes total sense. There she is.
She back.
Sorry, my mom called.
Oh no, it's okay. Mom's important. I was just showing them the Prezi for anybody who hasn't seen it. So this gives you like eyewitnesses that were there at the time. Or around the time of the crime, tells you who they are and any interviews that they were in, so you can play them from that. And then once again, same thing, keep going through. I'm gonna have to update that because I've changed this. And then it's also got the people who were searching and then anything about them. So you can find that. Law enforcement. All your law enforcement. Here's all your press conferences. Here's Carroll County. Here's your FBI. That one's blank. Once again, not done. Here's your Indiana State Police. I'm gonna put that picture of Holman in here. So Doug Carter. The sketch isn't a photograph. A sketch is a sketch. Just in case you haven't heard that. Okay. I think that's the all-encompassing. Like I said, it's layered, so you just have to dig through it. You have to keep going. If you're like in one rabbit, it's essentially like think of being in my brain and being in a rabbit hole of a person, and then finding all the people that are connected to that person, and then I added them in there, and then I put all the information regarding that person in with them. You know what I mean? So it's like if you're in a rabbit hole looking through anything to do with like say the Kokomo crew, and it's like, okay, I want to look at Tyler, or I want to look at Gabe Ellis, and then I can go to Gabe Ellis and I can find all the people connected to Gabe Ellis, you know, or Travis or Elijah, you know what I mean? So just think of that like this is my brain on drugs right here.
This is your brain normal.
Oh, Carrie's asking.
I don't know if it'd be better or worse on drugs.
Hang on, where'd it go? It just
I
scrolled.
know, right?
Oh, Carrie's asking how the Tina G came up, and it came up in the August 1st hearing transcript when they were discussing third-party suspects, and we only have one page. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5 pages, but the one page that's not excluded in its entirety is a report that Baldwin said was dated on the top left corner as September 21st, 2022, and it just said Tina Garrett's report, and it just had some information about which vehicles were where and who arrived when. But that's how it came up, because it had a lot of information that we didn't get from trial or any of the other exhibits. It's the only one where we get any sort of Hoosier Harvest Store timestamp for David McCain, Shelby Hicks, and even David Riley and Fred Coghill. And I think those are the only ones where we got an actual Hoosier Harvest Store timestamp that we didn't have before. So
yeah, so this is kind of how we ended up in doing part of this potential live, is kind of walking through where all these people were and how they are.
Yeah.
Like how they came to even be important. Okay. So we get to the 13th. You guys, do either one of you guys want to take over timeline for 13th as we've now got Kelsey agreed to take him to the bridge.
Let's see. Okay, so after she agrees to take him to the bridge, there's still debate about whether she called Derek in the car on the way there, or if she waited until they were there to kind of, because she knew he would say yes, apparently. So she calls Derek on the way there and says, "We're going there. Can you pick us up?" And he says, "Yes, I've got to go to Franklin to take some pictures for Becky Patty. After that, I'll pick you up." And so Kelsey drops them off. Before they get out of the car, she apparently tells them to wait and she apparently gave them a sweater, but Abby already had hers on. And I guess Libby's the one who took a sweatshirt from the trunk of the car. Kelsey says that she watches them walk towards the trail split, and then she drives off. And she is seen on Hoosier Harvest Store driving away from the trails at 1:49. Oh, wait, are we starting from when they wake up, or are we starting with the witnesses? Like, are we just doing the girls' timeline?
No, we can do anything that we want to do for just that kind of specific area of time, so we can go through, answer all the questions that have to do with that area of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, this is like the girls are going to the bridge, Kelsey's taking them, Derek's picking them up. Anything that happens around this time frame of them being taken there.
Let me pull up.
So it was Frankfurt. It was Frankfurt, not Franklin.
Can I say Franklin?
A little bit. Yeah. I heard you say, like, in my head thought I heard you say Frankfurt, but
yeah, I probably did. Hang on. Let me see. Okay, so I've just got my doc because I've got all of the basic bullet points. So this happens. Kelsey drives away at 1:49. So the girls are on the trail by then. But prior to this, I'll try to see if I can just hit the very basic bullet points. At the time that the girls are eating their pancakes and getting ready and trying to make arrangements, at 8:45 that morning, I do think this is important. The timeline for everybody on the trail starts actually at 8:30. At 8:30, Teresa and Dave Liebert, they were just back from vacation and home in Delphi as of February 12th. They went tanning at 8:30 on February 13th. Teresa said on their way home, they saw a guy with no teeth who was wearing all black. She saw him walking toward the green gate by their house, but as they approached, he stopped and started walking the opposite way. He was dressed for cold weather, even though it wasn't cold out. She described a white scruffy beard, a big hat, maybe a knit cap, and a scarf across his chin. He grinned at Teresa, and she thinks she saw silver caps on his teeth, and he also had high cheekbones. So that's the first thing that we get on the actual trail that day. And then at 8:45, Brad Heath is driving on his way to work down 300, which will take him right past the Mears lot, the Mears farm, right by the CPS building to Anderson's, where he's in pest control and he sprays the bait stations. But he's driving, and when he drives by the CPS building area, like the little curve, he sees an older model vehicle parked kind of not backed in, but kind of not parallel to the road, but it's almost like they backed their car in to get closer to the little walk-up area to Freedom Bridge. And that's at 8:45. And then the next thing we have is on the trail. Hang on, that's other stuff. The girls at this time at 10:41, that is when we get timestamps for Libby accessing Snapchat, talking to her mom and the Tyler kid. And then at 10:45, they start having their banana pancakes. Let me skip past that. And then around 11 is when more people start showing up at the trail. At 11:15 is when Richard Allen supposedly leaves his mother's house in Peru and starts heading back to Delphi. And at 11:30, Riley Voorhees, her half-sister Anna, they leave their dad's house, and then they walk to go pick up Bree Wilbur. After that, they stop by to get Isabella. Is it Isabella or Isabella? I have Isabella. They walk to get her, and it takes them about an hour to walk from one house to the next house and then make their way to the trail. And they get to Freedom Bridge around 12:25. Around, let's see. Let me scroll. I'm trying to scroll down through my screen. Hang on. This just reloaded on me. Hang on, it crashed. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay, so right before they get there, we have Richard Allen getting there supposedly around noon, and he would have already walked towards Monon High Bridge and then gone off to that little overlook bench on the right side. So this is kind of around the time where Betsy Blair is showing up. There's the 3 girls on the trail. Then we've got Richard Allen, and then supposedly somewhere in here is where the group of 3 girls are also there. And this is where all of their timelines are fuzzy because there's no Hoosier Harvest Store timestamps for the 4 girls, the 3 girls, or Richard Allen. So I guess we kind of just have to figure out what makes the most sense, because all we have for Betsy Blair at this time on the trail is her Fitbit data and the Hoosier Harvest Store timestamp. Is that correct? Let me see.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all leading up to before the girls even, I don't even know for sure what time, other than Becky in the, I don't remember if it was Scene of the Crime or if it was the Down the Hill podcast, but Becky just said around lunchtime is when the conversation with Kelsey happened about, can you take us to the trail? And she finally says yes. I don't know if that was the first time it came up that morning, but she said around lunchtime is when they decided to go. And that to me would make sense because Bree Wilbur is uploading pictures to Snapchat from Freedom Bridge at 12:30 and then again at 12:45. So the group of 4 girls, when they go, they actually go down underneath the first platform, according to their trial testimony. So while Betsy Blair is walking her loops around the trail, she never mentioned seeing the girls during this 12 to 1 p.m. time frame. But they're all there, and apparently they're underneath Monon High Bridge taking pictures. So maybe it's just, what is it they call, I think Hannah Shakespeare called it like a French farce, where like one person's walking this way, the other one's walking the other way, and they all just miss each other. We really don't know if they just didn't see each other or if it just didn't make the trial questions and answers and or the police report. I still don't understand how Betsy Blair didn't see these girls if she looped around twice from 12 to 1, because she walked right by where they were, like, and they were stationary. But she says she didn't see them. She apparently didn't see Richard Allen either. But Richard Allen sees a group of 3 girls. I don't remember when Shabugs talked to one of them if they said they saw someone too or not. I meant to review that.
I thought they said that they did. They saw somebody with the dog. No?
I know that Bree mentioned, it was either Bree or Riley mentioned that they saw a person with a dog, but Nick brought Bree back for rebuttal just to clarify that that didn't happen on their way to Monon High Bridge. It would have been later. But the thing about that is David Riley didn't get there until 2:30. So I really am unclear about how that happened, unless there was another person there with the dog earlier in the day. Because I don't even know how that comes up. But I do know there was another police report. Grady got into it on her live over the summer, where one of Kelsey's 7 or 8 interviews, she said that she saw someone with a dog and a white scruffy beard. I don't know how she could have seen anybody with a dog at the time that she was there, because nobody I know of that did have a dog out there that day would have been there at the time she dropped the girls off. I have no idea.
Right.
But I don't know if that was one of the, she's changing her mind or her story over time. And I do think a lot of that is just, once you check records, you're like, okay, I thought it was about this time, but maybe it was later, or maybe it was earlier. But I think that was probably where it came from.
How far the house is from the trail. So I just wanted to check that too.
The drive is what, 10 minutes?
Libby's house is over here. And then all the times that are on here are according to the court docs on when her phone is pinging. And so this should be the path that Kelsey took to the bridge. So just an FYI. Or that Libby's phone is pinging. I don't know if I clarified that. So Libby's house, and you're talking the bridges right over here. So they come down over here, and then they get dropped off right
And that's
here.
why she's not seen on Hoosier Harvest or dropping them off and only leaving, is because
Right.
they come down that road where she doesn't drive in front of it until she's going back into town.
The younger sister in the group of 4 is Isabel or Isabella?
I can't ever remember. Like anytime it comes time to say it out loud, I always forget if it's Isabel or Isabella. I can't ever remember. Let's see.
Lucy, do you remember off the top of your head?
I'm just gonna call her Izzy.
That's probably, I almost did, but I thought, well, I don't want to nickname her. I don't know what she goes by. Let's see. Somebody just asked, where did it go?
So here's 3 years. It's Isabel. So their mom 3 years ago, Isabel and Riley took advantage of the unseasonably warm weather on their winter break and walked to High Bridge with a couple of friends, which is just an interesting way to say that, like a couple of friends. When everybody's like, Anna is her other half
sisters. Yeah, that broke my brain when I first learned that Anna was, because I thought Anna was just their friend. I'm like, wait, they're related? It was just weird to me how they framed it up until we learned they were siblings, all of them.
It's supposedly the dad's daughter, but I'm also wondering if it's the dad's stepdaughter. I don't know. I have issues with that.
Well, there's also, Riley and Anna left their dad's house. Like they share, I think Riley and Anna have the same dad. Riley and Isabel have the same dad, I believe.
No, Riley and Isabel have the same mom.
Yes, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Anna and Riley have the same dad. Isabel and Riley have the same mom.
Yes. But still, they're all either stepsister or half sister, but they're basically sisters. But it is kind of funny how they just say friend, because for a while I'm like, wait, are they talking about Bree Wilbur being the friend or Anna? Or are they leaving one out? But they do, like when it's convenient, they just leave Isabel out as if there were only 3 girls at all. Just because one wasn't interviewed doesn't mean one wasn't there.
Right.
She was so young they didn't interview her. So they kind of, when they say the 3 girls, they conveniently leave out the fact that there was another group of 3 girls who absolutely placed themselves there. And Bree and Tara are on Facebook in a conversation with 2 of them. So it's not like they didn't know. Like people knew this. Tara even is saying, please contact the police and let them know what time, like let them know anything. But then apparently there's also other groups of people who are out there that day too that I found in just really old Facebook posts. I don't want to say her name now, even though it wasn't on a public post, but it was just so old I don't want to bring it up. But there was a mother who posted around the time, like in the first days after it happened, she said her stepdaughter was out there with some friends as well. Mm-hmm. And it took me a long time to figure out that might have been one of the girls that made it into the PCA, who Anna Spath was talking about, she's describing him in a text message to Miss Brummett, but apparently that person was also there that day, according to the mom, or I can't remember if it was the mom or the stepmom of this other person. But then we have another group of people who are out there too, and they're a little bit older. And then when you look at the discovery map, it has Tiffany and Paige Rosebrook. That's a mother and daughter duo. They apparently were out there at some point because they were interviewed early on. And it's just, there's other people who absolutely were out there, but we just keep not hearing about them until after all this time. That's why I get frustrated when people say, well, why didn't Richard Allen tell anybody he was out there? After all this happened, everybody should know he was out there. I'm like, there's a ton of people that were just now learning, like even David Riley. We didn't know until we got the exhibits that he was absolutely out there and he was the dog walker. And just the Fred Cockhill thing. We didn't know about that until this last exhibit. And it's just, there were more people out there than we have been told. And it's incredible to me that we're still trying to figure out when they were out there. Like this should have been settled a very long time ago. And it's still unclear to me when some of them were actually out there. Let me see. Okay, actually, I'm not sure if we should touch on any of them or if we should just kind of say that around noon, the trail was getting busier. That's probably the easiest way to describe it. The trail was not empty. We have one person who's out there exercising. We've got another person earlier in the day who may have been, there's that Reddit post about someone's dad was out there and he was older. Then we've got a couple of groups of different girls who were all out there separately. They may have all known each other from school or known of each other. And they either just missed each other, but there's people coming and going essentially. And all while this is happening, there's also that car that Brad Heath saw earlier in the day, because right around the time the girls are dropped off and making their way onto the bridge, Brad Heath drives by again. And he said the same car is still parked in the same spot that was there at 8:45 a.m. So there was someone's vehicle, and presumably the person who drove it there is somewhere on the trail during this time. Right after the girls are dropped off, Kelsey watches them go to the trail split, and they start walking them on a high bridge. They take the first Snapchat picture halfway down, almost halfway down the bridge, where it looks empty. And at that point in time, the end of the bridge, Libby's 205 picture, you can see straight down to the end of the bridge, and there's no one there. And then at 207, she turns around and takes a picture of Abby, and it's pointing straight down to the north end of the bridge, and it's also empty. And then, let's see, what is it? 6 minutes later? Let's see. Like 6 minutes later or so, she's at the end of the bridge, and all of a sudden there's someone walking, like closing in on them. That's a whole other conversation. But that's right around the time David Riley pulls up. I probably am not being real clear with all of these because I'm like, there's so many people coming and going between 12 and 2 that it's hard to know when to introduce who. Because at this time too, now that we've got this new exhibit, it's breaking my brain a little too. Because at the time that this video is happening at 2:13, within 5 minutes or so, David Riley is driving by and he sees Fred Coghill pulling away from the cemetery. And I still don't know how to place that. I don't know if you actually want to get into I lost my tab. If you want to get into the Daniel Pearson stuff, because everybody knows about the girls being dropped off, they go to the bridge, but the way it was always presented was that there was nobody there at this time, and there was not a whole lot going on. The only person prior to this was Betsy Blair and the group of 4 girls, and then this one man. But there's actually a lot of people coming and going leading up to this.
Right. Sleuthie, do you have anything you want to add into like the timeline up to the people at the bridge that morning, or going into the afternoon, or where?
Well, right now we're did we say that what Rick's timeline is in here?
Well, that one's still fuzzy because he told them that he thinks he got there around 12 because he left Peru around 11:15. And when they ask him a few different ways when they don't like his answer the first few times, but he essentially says, I was there about an hour. He was like, I don't know, I probably left 1:30. It depending on what time I got there. He said, I thought that would have been around 12, which means closer to 1. I still don't know where they got this, him placing himself there from 1:30 to 3:30, because even when they say, would it have been closer to 3:30? He flat out tells them, no, that's way too late. It would have not been that, like, he at least knew it wasn't that late in the day. He left well before then. And that's when he clarifies, I stayed about an hour. It would have been 1:30, depending on what time I got there. And he reinforces the notion that he believes he got there around noon. But he didn't push him on it because I don't think he realized at that point in time during the interview, and that one was with Liggett and Mullen, I don't think he realized yet that they were looking at him. He really was just trying to empty his brain of anything he could possibly think of. Because he thought those bozos were trying to,
clear him again.
Yeah. Well, no, I think he thought they were finally doing some work on this case because everybody thought that it was cold at this point. And he's like, maybe I'll think of he thought they were calling people back in, trying to see if they could get some more steam or find like a new thing that they missed the first time. So he's literally emptying his brain. Even when they ask him what he's wearing, he's like, I don't know, it could have been this. But initially he says, I was wearing jeans, probably tennis shoes. And Andrea was describing how he like grabbed his own sweatshirt while he's talking to them, or a sweatshirt like I'm wearing right now. like I don't know if it was a hooded sweatshirt or if it was just like a plain sweatshirt, but he said that or my jacket. And he said that the jacket he had at the time was black. And they were like, well, would you have been wearing a hat? And he's like, well, if I was, it would have been a skull cap because I always keep one of those in the pocket of my coat. So if I was wearing one, that's what it would have been. And then they're like, well, what about, do you have any other kinds of shoes? He's like, well, I have these boots and I have those shoes, but I don't really wear the military boots because, you know, like he's just like talking randomly. He's not.
Well, and what they're doing is trying to gather information to put in their search warrant.
Yes, and they're also trying to put words in his mouth at the same time. But he never said I was wearing jeans, boots, a blue jacket. He's very clear: jeans, tennis shoes, and either a sweatshirt or my black jacket. And if I had a hat, it was a skull cap. You can tell nothing about this day stuck out to him because it was.
Too bad he didn't take a whole lot of selfies because it would be really great if there was like a selfie of him.
Yeah, well, that would have been
of that day.
That's true. Would have been helpful, but
if he would have sent it to Kathy, like, "Hey, I'm heading to the trails," like, you know.
That reminds me, there's a new Carroll County comment article out that I saw Rosie posted it.
Oh dear.
And they bring up the part about Kathy's transcript where he did, you know, she said she wanted to go search and he discouraged her. He didn't discourage her in the way they're saying it. He's like,
he said, you're going to get in the way. There's like hundreds of people down there.
Too bad the sheriff didn't have that bright idea. I wish the sheriff would have had some sort of sense to look out for that because they didn't do that until the dogs were coming. But he ended up calling them off anyway, so I don't know why he was so worried about it.
Yeah, but they didn't go down there. Mullen didn't go down there.
I know.
Liggett didn't go down there. None of the people went down there, so I don't know.
Chelsea said nobody would go for a walk without taking a selfie. True, apparently Pixar it didn't happen, supposedly. Okay, hang on. Kelsey's car was a 4-door.
Okay, yeah, let's get into all the cars.
Yeah.
Let's just like keep that all together. So let's just talk about all the cars, every car that's seen, and anything that we know about cars that are seen and what time the cars are seen at the trail. And who sees them.
Let me see. I haven't updated it since we found out. I want to say Vienna has a list and pictures of old cars, and it was from that Down the Hill documentary because, you know, they were walking through. We even have the one with Mike leaning on his Comet, but there's other footage of all the cars that they drove back then.
Mike leaning on his Comet?
Yeah, there's that one. Okay, so
we're not looking for a Comet or nothing.
I know.
Right.
So there's the older model, model
I
car.
do have little cars in here. I don't think you can see them. So let me see if I can.
I'm trying to see if I think it's maybe in my DMs.
Make this bigger.
At the very, I'm gonna put something in private chat because it's the closest I have to a list. Of course, some of it has not been updated. Oh, I have too many tabs open now. At the very top of it, it at least has, as far as we know, a list of cars. I don't know if it's helpful to have that handy, but I just sent it in there. I'm going to see if I can find those pictures that Vienna pulled up. Let me close these. Oh my gosh, there's too many.
Okay, no, this is helpful. Who's going to draw Betsy's drawing in the chat? Who's going to be the first? Yes, Mike had a comment. There it is, DV. Oh, Jessica!
Oh my gosh, I'm seeing how many of these that I missed. No, does it not go back far enough? Crap.
Okay, so we know we have Brad Heath, who's the fumigator guy, who sees what he considered to be a Dodge Coronet at 8:45 a.m. parked along 300 North.
Did you just say a Dodge Coronet? What is a Dodge Coronet?
It's this car right here. See my little blue car I have in here?
A Coronet?
Yeah, Coronet.
I've never heard of a Dodge.
I've never heard that word before.
What is it? A Dodge what?
Every cheese.
Coronet?
Yeah, Coronet. It's Coronet. Coronet. C-O-R.
Am I having a stroke? Like, I feel like
it's an old ass car. They don't make them.
Is that your husband? I mean, if he says it's real, I'll believe him. But like, I've never heard that ever.
I have a picture of it right here. There's a picture of the car.
Wait a minute. I can't zoom into that.
Oh, bro,
Not
I
even
didn't
see it.
that. Oh, I'm going to be Googling that. I'm doing Cecil on it.
That's right. That's how I got the car.
That's so
So
funny.
he said it's a car that reminded him of that. So he sees that car parked. So I was going to say, for anybody who's trying to figure out like where we are in this map, this is 300 North right here. This is the drop-off point for the girls, and there's a little parking area right there. This is the Mears Farm. This right here is the Hoosier Harvest Store, where the camera is right here on the end. Then you have, they go to the trail. The bridge is over here, and the girls are found off screen. So here's the cemetery. The girls are found like down here. So just kind of to give you a general idea of what you're even looking at, where these cars are even seen. So you have Brad Heath, who is out here doing work and sees this Dodge, what he believes to be this Dodge, parked on the side of 300 North over here. He says he sees it at 8:45 a.m. He sees it again at 2:06 p.m. Now you have Terry Wilson, who's driving on the Hoosier Heartland Highway, and he says that at the CPS building, he sees the purple PT Cruiser backed in over here. Then you have Wesley. Oh, nope. Next is Betsy Blair, who is leaving to go poo, and she is driving from here over to past the CPS store, where she says that she sees a Mercury Comet, what she believes is a Mercury Comet, at 2:14 p.m.
Poor Betsy.
Right, she had to poo.
Imagine like walking on a trail and like having to poop, and then like now everybody got to know about it.
Yeah, and then she went to the public library to do it.
Okay, I just sent you the link to that folder, by the way. I finally found it. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, wait, are you sharing your screen are you just reading through them? Sorry, I'm just now back to the main page.
Yeah, I'm just going through
Okay.
like where these cars are and what I have on my graphic. So Wesley McWhirter worked at the Hoosier Harvest Store and was leaving work, driving this way on 300 North, passes the CPS store, and he says that he saw a black smart car parked at the CPS building. Okay. So that all goes to what the heck was even parked over here? Who knows? Now, at the trailhead right here, or at the trail crossing, I guess is what I call it, because a lot of people call this the trailhead. So the trail crossing, or the Mears parking lot, you have Kelsey, who drives in to drop off the girls, and she sees a black SUV with stickers at 1:49 p.m. That is Betsy's car. Then you have Shelby Hicks, who sees quote-unquote other cars there at 2:30 when she says she arrived. But now on that Tina Garrison report, it says she doesn't get there till later. So that's really kind of throwing me off.
Me too.
Cheyenne, who's another person who showed up there, that when she got there, there was other cars there when she got there at 2:50 p.m. and she saw a white car with no license plates.
And Cheyenne said the lot was full, so she had to park along the side of the road the same way Shelby Hicks did. They had to park parallel to the Mears lot little pull-in because it was full when they both got there. Which is weird because when Michelle Wise drives by, she says there's only 2 cars there.
Yes. So at 3 p.m. when she drives by, she says there's a white car. Michelle Weiss says there's a white car and a black car. So if we go with that, then we're saying that Shelby's car is the white car, and then the black car is Cheyenne's?
No, David McCain apparently drove either a black or a dark blue Honda Accord.
I thought it was silver or gray.
Well, in that report, it says it's tan.
That's the wrong one. Sorry, yes. Tan.
But when Bitter Beat Poet is talking to Derek says that he saw Dave McCain get in his little black 4-door car and leave. So apparently it was either black or dark blue. I think Jared's the one who said it was dark blue. But Shelby is supposedly in her white Impala. Cheyenne is in her purple Chrysler 500, maybe. It's like a sedan. But it's not the PT Cruiser. Some people heard that she drove a purple Chrysler, but it's not a PT Cruiser. It is a sedan. David Riley had a red Honda Ridgeline truck. And I
on
don't
here.
know how we found out about what Betsy Blair drives. Was it in the Hoosier Harvest Store video?
No, I just know.
Okay, I can't remember. I can't even place that one. But
I
and
know
then
that
Derek supposedly
I know that
drove the
from old
station
interviews.
wagon.
Old interviews with Kelsey, and she's talking about seeing the black SUV with stickers, and I did some internet Ceciling, and the black SUV with stickers is definitely Betsy Blair's.
Well, there's a couple of pictures. You can only see the back of what Derek would have been driving in these pictures, but there's also that Malibu. Like Kelsey's driving a Chevy something in the documentary, and in the driveway it looks like an SUV, not a sedan, but there is in the driveway one that looks a lot like the one on the Hoosier Harvester video. Oh, I just closed off of it. Crap. Anyway, let me see. I think these are just, when they were doing like visuals in between scenes, a lot of them were screen grabs or they were stuff that was posted on social media.
Okay.
See, in that one in the background, you can kind of see the back of his station wagon.
Right here.
Yeah.
That white one?
Mm-hmm. And then in one of the other pictures, you can kind of see it from a different angle, but it's also just the very back end of it.
Right here?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to tell because, it just got like.
Well, he talks about his car. He talks about what he was driving. No, when he's
on the stand. Yeah. I don't
and
know
then
the
you have the
date
whole
of these
Bonneville
pictures.
versus Malibu situation.
Yeah. Because you can see in the picture, it looks the same as the one on Hoosier Harvester video at 149, like even the tinted windows. But I still don't trust my eyes yet with visuals. Like when I'm reading, I can at least rely on screen readers to double check me. But when it comes to an actual picture, I don't know what I'm seeing. I just don't trust my eyes yet. But it does, to me, at least visually look similar. On the right side there.
This one?
Yeah.
Is that a Bonneville?
I think so, but like visually it looks like, I don't know if they just named it wrong when they were going through the Hoosier Harvester stuff, but like visually they match, but I don't think the description matches. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sleuthy? Is that a Bonneville?
Is that the farthest you can?
Yeah, I'd have to go in and like crop it because that's the furthest it'll let me go in.
I mean, yeah.
It says Bonneville. Yeah. Okay, let me go. Let me see if the other.
Oh, I don't know if it says Bonneville, but yeah, I can see that being in it.
Bonneville. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if there's. Let me see this one. No.
Let me see that steering wheel.
Okay, am I tripping right now? Is this not the truck that's at the CPS lot?
I mean, I don't know.
Why do I need to go find that now from the helicopter footage? Am I losing my shit?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Maybe. I'm gonna put
find it.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I'm going to put the link to Kelsey's Hoosier Harvester video in the private chat just to have it handy.
Okay.
If you want to look at it just against that picture that's pulled up. But I do know that I remember a truck in that helicopter footage. I just don't remember exactly what kind of truck it was.
Oh, I'm just looking at. I'm looking up stuff too. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's trucks not by the CPS building, but they're over in the chopper footage. It looks like they're over by. You might be thinking of the mobile command stuff from the J. Kyle Keener pictures. I think he got some pictures of a truck over there.
No, I'm almost positive I have a screenshot from the video that is the truck parked in. Okay, Hubs confirmed that's 100% of Bonneville. Okay. Well,
Nice.
What the hell is with the Malibu then? Okay. I guess I just never realized that the truck that was parked over at the CPS. I don't know how to even find that photo at this point in time. Like,
I think I have one. Hang on. Let me see how handy it is. Oops, hang on. It's from a WTHR video. I just found where it is. And now, let me just send you the link to the video. It's probably easier. Man, there's too many side quests. Hold on.
sorry.
That's all right. Hang on.
I think I have it.
Probably 214.
That's not a very good one, though. Super blurry. It might not be the same.
Good Lord, I have so many playlists. Oh, there it is. Okay.
So I said it's not the greatest pick.
Let me see.
It's right there.
Oh, yeah, that's the one from WTHR 13. Yeah.
Yeah. It's right there, and I know I have a closer picture of it. I can't find it.
That's probably the same one I have, because that's the one I was trying to dig through the playlist to find. But yeah, that's. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. If it's the same truck. I mean, I don't know. It just reminded me of it in my memory. So I don't know. It could very well be just a completely different truck and not have anything to do with it.
Let's see. Yeah. Bridget said the problem with this case is you can't start looking into something without being distracted. A multitude of side quests. And that's true, because there's so many things that just never got clarified or confirmed. And so it does, in a lot of cases, it changes. It can fundamentally change what's actually happening. Like even with the Betsy Blair thing, it still bothers me that she never mentions on her first two loops around this trail, she never sees these group of 4 girls. And then she leaves to go to the library. And on her way back, she says she sees a group of 4 girls crossing Old State Road Bridge while she's driving under it. But the problem with that is the girls see someone at 1:30 on their way leaving the trail. It doesn't take 15 minutes to get from where they saw the man to crossing that bridge to leaving. Like they would have been gone about 10 minutes before she gets there.
Okay, so let's go through that. Let's go through who's on the trail then. So we talked about the cars. Actually, before we jump over there, I want to jump back over here because this was the information from Tina Garrison's report that we talked about yesterday that changes a little bit of the info from what we've been told and even what some of them testified to in court. So let's talk about this because this talks about the cars and timing, and then we can go talk about the people walking.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Betsy Blair's leaving. She noted a vehicle parked in an odd manner at the old Child Protective Services building. We know this. I don't think there's anything on this one that we don't know. So Terry Wilson was on his way to Delphi on 213. He's the one who sees the purple PT Cruiser or a small SUV. During their interviews, both Blair and Wilson drew a diagram and had the vehicle they saw parked in the same general area and manner. We don't get to see the picture that Terry Wilson drew, though, unfortunately.
Right.
Okay, we talked about Wesley McWhirter, who was leaving work and saw a smart car. So he sees the smart car at about 2:28 he's seen leaving work at 2:28. So, 15, 20 seconds later, he's seeing a smart car parked at the old CPS lot. Okay, and then we have Riley, who has always been an issue for me, especially because everything to do with David Riley has just been taken off of the internet.
Mm-hmm.
All of his interviews, all the articles about him, everything are just gone.
Yep.
So here, hold on, let me show you this while we're talking about him too. So this is David Riley and his dog that was out there with him. And then I had a screenshot of the article, but that's the only thing I had of the article. Here's the actual link to it, but I can't. That's all I have.
I tried to dig it up to see if maybe, because sometimes you go, you get 404 and it's not that they don't have the article, it's that they had to change the URL slug to something because another, sometimes you just get over time, if you have too many similar named things, you end up just changing one or it gets moved and it doesn't match the actual place that was linked to, but I couldn't dig it up any which way that I tried.
So it just says David Riley replays this day last year quite often. I was on the trail the day that they were killed, said Riley. He said he didn't see or hear anything.
And neither did his dog.
Right.
So even if his human ears didn't, you would think his dog heard what was happening at that time, you would think.
Yeah, he talks to the police twice and gave them DNA and all of that stuff, which is just interesting because we know they don't do anything with DNA, even if they collect it.
Right.
I was at the other end of the trail and they were by the High Bridge. So he's saying he was over by Freedom Bridge. Okay, now this is important because of what is going to come up in this other report. So like most would in his position, he couldn't help but wonder, what if I'd have turned the other way? Would it have happened? He said it's been a slow year for him and many others in the community waiting for the day the police announced they caught the killer. Okay, just an interesting thing. And then we have a dog who, they're looking for dog DNA according to the depositions.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that's him. And let me come back over to this real quick so I can tell you why that's even important. So it says he advised that he came to the trailhead from the east. So map wise, thinking he's coming this way, right? So if you're imagining him driving, he's coming from the east. He's going this way past the cemetery. All right. As he's passing the cemetery, a newer silver or gray car turns out of the cemetery. They say they've identified that as Fred Coghill. Okay. The time of this, he is on video. This is Fred on video at 2:25 p.m. Going towards the cemetery. And then we don't know what he's driving because they don't really want to tell us what it actually is. Just a newer silver or gray car. I don't know how
David Riley's interview, he says, hang on, how did he describe it? Let me see. He sees a charcoal gray 4-door leaving the cemetery, possibly going east. And he thought that was right around 2:20 because on his next interview, they brought him back and he brought receipts. He has a receipt from the post office at 2:10. And then he stopped at a credit union and then went to the trail.
Talk about David Riley?
Mm-hmm. And
Can you say that again for me?
He went to the post office at 2:10 and then he stopped at a credit union. And then, I don't know if he had his dog with him the whole time, but it says after the credit union, then he headed to the trail. And on his way to the trail, he's passing Ron Logan's driving towards Muir's lot. And as he's passing Ron's house in the cemetery, that's when he sees a charcoal gray 4-door vehicle. And he said it was a newer model, but couldn't ID the maker model. And he said he pulled into Mears lot around 2:10 or 2:30, and he said there were no other cars when he parked.
Okay, and what report is that from?
That's from the Gritty's Live that she did over the summer when they were going through all of the notes from the investigation.
Oh, that's from Christine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not a document, not an actual document.
Right. This is from his interview with Officer Lowy. I never found out who Lowy was, or if I'm even, I don't know if she's saying it right. I don't know. It just says it's an officer from Fort Wayne.
Uh-huh.
But apparently that's the one who interviewed.
Should be pretty friggin' easy to find an Officer Lowy in Fort Wayne, just saying.
Well, there's,
Right.
I mean, there's, it's hard to know which, because she didn't spell it. She only said it. And so when you try to look
You're
it
so
up,
kind.
there's like an LOE, there's an LOEW, there's an LOWY. Like it could be quite a few, because it also doesn't say if it's like local PD or sheriff's office, but there's a few contenders, I guess you could say, for who Officer Lowy is. But apparently he's also the one who interviewed Fred Coghill. And when he was interviewing David Riley, he's like, oh, because David Riley's like, well, I saw this car. And he's like, oh, I interviewed that person. I know who it is. And he was like, okay. And it's just, he even gave a description of Cheyenne and Shelby Hicks. But yeah, those are from her notes. It just says the newer model, charcoal gray. And he thought it was around 2:20. And then after he parks and he takes his dog and they walk to Freedom Bridge and they come back on his way back from Freedom Bridge with the dog, that's when he sees Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson, and he leaves. And then oddly enough, he drives to Horizon Vet where Kathy works, and his receipt from that is at 3:10 p.m. And I think it would be very interesting for someone who was able to go back and get receipts and remembered the descriptions of all the different cars. He was able to describe cars when he left. And I mean, even for Shelby and Daniel, the man was 5'10", 180 pounds, dark hair, facial hair, white t-shirt. The female was the same height, wearing a red shirt and a blue coat. Okay.
So we're talking about David Riley still.
Yeah, and
this is information that's delivered from Christine.
Correct. From her.
We don't have that in any type of court document or anything along those lines.
Right. Well, we didn't have anything on David Riley until this, but it seems to, as far as I can tell, when she first was telling us all this, I thought she might be mixed up because we hadn't heard any of this. But it does, like even the stuff about the placing Derek there earlier, her notes also say that. And so I don't know if she's getting, like maybe she was reading from Tina Garrison's report. It's hard to know.
Okay, so
I have a question.
You got this?
Yeah.
No, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Did I make it up, or is David Riley, the man that we're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
is he short?
I do not know.
I
not very
feel
tall.
like
I have other pictures of him. He's not super tall. He's probably like 5'8", 5'10". I will send you what I have of him when we're done too.
I'm just thinking, like, wouldn't it be hilarious? And like how all of this is hilarious. Wouldn't it be hilarious if like he was cleared because
he's too short?
Because he's too short.
Too short?
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, apparently that happened with some people. They were cleared because they were too short to be bridge guy.
It's one thing to be like, so-and-so appears to be too short to be the bridge guy. It's another to say, so-and-so is 5 feet 4 inches, and that is too short to fit the description of bridge guy. To then go on to torture and convict someone who's also exactly 5'4". That's my problem.
Right.
Because you could argue, if you just say they're too short, you could argue what that means. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for the life of me, I can't understand not pulling out documents saying
somebody who does not go up to, like, if I don't remember if it was Bree or Riley, they said when they walked past him, they came up to his shoulder.
Their shoulder.
I would say somebody shorter than that would be too short to be bridge guy, that I would think that's a good measure, like just generally, like if you're not at least somewhere around that height, which you wouldn't be if you're 5'4", I would think that would be something that you would use, kind of like with some
Okay,
of
I'm
the,
5'8".
yeah.
So if she's 5'7", hold on, let me get out my measuring tape. How tall is the head? Is it about a foot? Is the head a foot?
I would say a head's about a foot. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Google it.
About.
Well, no, that can't be true because that can't be true because then the dude would be free.
You have to like figure out like what to do with it to measure it.
The average human
He'd be
head is
6'7".
about 7 to 8 inches tall.
Okay, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So if it's 7 inches tall, plus some shoulders, 3, 4, we're talking like 6'4". Maybe 6'3", 6'3", 6'4", if we're talking about her head at 5'7" being at his shoulder.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 6'7", about 6'7".
I mean, I think
she-
at one
No,
description
asshole.
she gave, it was like the shoulder, and another one she said forearm. So maybe it was.
Oh,
like,
come on, he
you know,
wasn't no giant. Good grief.
I don't think she meant his forearm. I think she meant like somewhere in like shoulder or below, maybe. I don't know. It's very, there. She also said he was muscular and had curly hair.
And he was in all black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Sleuthy, can you tell the chat who Christine and Erica are? In case there's people in chat who don't understand that some of this information that All Eyes was going through is not in court documents, but why she would
Right. I took notes on a live with Gritty.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
You wanted to tell him who the two were.
I basically just turned her live stream into a thing of notes to reference. But yeah, you can tell who she is, though.
So Christine and Erica are two people who were, I guess, hired by the private investigator that was hired by the defense team. And at some point in time, the defense team fired or he left the private investigator, which is how these two women were actually investigating in Indiana because they didn't have licenses, because I guess you don't have to as long as you're working under a licensed PI. Okay. They, it's such a long story, but they weren't being paid. But they apparently continued to work on it. And once the trial was over, they more one than the other, more Christine than Erica, came out and basically would go over their notes and drop little hints of things that they knew, or it was never like a full-throated explanation of anything. It was just like little
It was kind of
tabs
like
of
a debrief
information.
almost. Like she really was like, she just had her handwritten notes in front of her and she was just kind of reading through them, kind of like people when they went to trial, they took their notes and came home and did that, but hers were not, like they were not really in order because she was kind of going person by person. And so some of them had multiple interviews. So she was kind of sifting back and forth between a lot of it. And she was very clear about that. She was like, these are just my notes from the investigation. They're not the actual reports. They're just, it seemed like it was just notes they took. And this is various things that they were either trying to follow up on or to confirm. But it was just notes from the process of doing that kind of stuff. That was about as much of a disclaimer as I can remember off the top of my head.
And her memory.
Yes.
Like she wasn't using any pieces of actual discovery and reading that stuff off, or like word for word notes, just things she scribbled down when they would look at things or whatever. But like my whole thing is you can take that information for what you will, but like the whole bridge guy video, like neither of them even saw that until trial. They saw it right in trial along with everybody else. So
yeah,
I know
access to the entire discovery, just little pieces that they were.
I think they had because what is it?
They were mainly tasked with going through the tips.
Yeah, I think they each had a
I have to
different
go to the
hard
restroom,
drive.
You guys,
But
I'll be right back.
I do know she mentioned, because we were asking if she knew whether or not defense got Dave McCain's SIM card or the photos, and she couldn't remember about the SIM card, but she did say that they got the photos. And in the discovery notice that Nick attached to his response to the motion to correct error, he attached one of the discovery notices, and you can see which it kind of helps gauge what hard drive she would have had based on which one that's listed in. And so
I don't think she was given like
she
full.
said she didn't have metadata, because I was trying at that point in time. We didn't have any sort of timestamp for Hoosier Harvestor about when David McCain arrived or left. And so I was really just looking for anything. I'm like, okay, well, did the picture start at the bridge? Because I was trying to figure out, did he actually go to Freedom Bridge? Because at a certain point after his testimony, he acts like he went to the Monon High Bridge, took pictures, and then left. He doesn't talk about going to Freedom Bridge. And then he also, I think Latrell recrossed at the very end of his testimony and even like made a point to say. So when somebody said, hey, have you seen a couple of girls? Dave McCain is like, yeah, that was when I was on my way to go to the car to leave. Well, that kind of changes his timeline. If you go based on that, it means he left at 3:15. If he was there for an hour, it means he got there at 2:15. Apparently he didn't, because now we have the Hoosier Harvestor. But still, like, that's kind of why this report is throwing me, because it's changing people's times a little bit. And that also changes who would have seen who. But that was my point. I was trying to get through the pictures, because I thought, well, at least we can tell if his picture started at Monon High Bridge and then went to Freedom Bridge and then they end. But she said she remembered seeing them, but she didn't remember the order. And she doesn't know if they had any metadata, like timestamps of when the picture started. But it was I think that was on January 30th. I could probably pull that up.
Okay, so thinking logically about what you would do with these pictures if you were given them with the task to investigate them, wouldn't part of doing that be for you to view the metadata?
I think so, but I can't.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember if she said that was in her hard drive or in Erica's, because she was aware of them. But hang on, let me see if I can scroll through this. Dave McCain, where is it? I need this to quit opening up in Adobe. Hold on. Open with tab, so I can just search it. Where is it?
Is Skip the one who we said for years that there was a Daniel Pearson sketch?
I believe
Yes.
I believe so, and I think that came from people. I don't remember if it's family or friends that were saying that he went to go talk to law enforcement almost immediately, and they asked him to sit for a sketch. And I don't know if Shelby was included in that or if it was just Daniel.
Daniel Pearson has a sketch that he did. That he did with
And how many people did sketches that we haven't seen?
Well, we have the.
Go ahead.
So there's the what's it called? What did they call it? What did they call the outline? They called it something. The thumb drive, whatever. Whoever decided to call it the thumb drive map.
Yeah.
So that lists people who did sketches. But I think some.
Okay, the David McCain photos are listed in the Seagate hard drive that also has the security camera footage and photos, Hoosier Harvestor footage from the
security camera footage.
It just says, quote, security camera footage, end quote.
Oh, so like maybe from around town, because like that also would have been really important to have gone through. In fact, I know I've heard Michael say this.
It also has the Sandifer footage on that one, and then it says,
"Oh my God, it's hailing or snowing."
Yeah, but there's no tip for anything on this one. It's just security camera footage, photos, Hoosier Harvestor footage from the Sandifers, and David McCain's photos from the trail. That's all that's listed for the Seagate labeled 8111. There's no tips or anything else on that one.
Okay.
Well, the tips would have came through as just one big
Right.
ass
But I think
PDF.
maybe Erica had one and Christine had one, but one of them had this one because she actually, I don't know if she's referring to the ones they had or if she was just talking about the ones defense had. You know, because she was describing things about his photos, but this doesn't say his SIM card. It just says his photos. I know his SIM card is in one of the hard drives, but it's not in this one along with his photos. I don't know why they broke it up that way, but that's what this discovery notice says. But I would have been all over it. But I've also kind of been obsessed with it because I'm trying to figure out who arrived at what time. Because at trial, if they had this Hoosier Harvester video, why are we using the state's screenshots from just the witnesses they wanted to talk about? Because they didn't want to even include the people who were on the trail when all this was happening. They didn't even include them in the PCA. That's why I would have gone into this.
While we're here, can we explain this? I know we got through the cars. I know we got, okay, but can we just go back to this because you just made it pop into my head?
We haven't got through the cars yet. We're still in the cars. But go ahead.
Okay, about the screenshots of the Hoosier Harvester camera, okay?
Mhm.
They didn't just give them the whole footage, all right? So picture this. 5 years after the crime, they've already identified all the vehicles in the footage, okay? They're not asking nobody to identify any vehicles, nothing like that. All of a sudden, they grip onto Richard Allen. They see that he drives a black Ford Focus and the whatever Ford 500, whatever it is, gray. And then 5 years later, after the crime, right before they arrest Richard Allen, they go back to the Hoosier Harvest store. They are in possession of, not the police.
Mhm.
The Hoosier Harvest store people are still in possession of this footage from 5 years prior. And Mullen or whoever goes and they sit there and they look to see if they can find his car on the footage. And then takes a screen grab of this black car. Does nobody else think that's fucking bizarre?
Well, I was never clear if that's actually what he was saying. I'm trying to pull up the affidavit from the guy who said he collected it. From what I remember, on the 14th, the Penningtons called the sheriff's office and said, "We have footage." And I think Mullen said that
You need to look at Mullen's testimony.
Yeah, he just went and took pictures with his phone of cars. And then at some point, he says he returned and actually got the footage, but there's an affidavit from an FBI agent who says he collected it. I'm trying to see if I can figure out which one that is real quick. State exhibits. Let me see.
Yeah, woman, I'm sure that they just saved the. I'm sure that they were like, "Oh my God, this crazy thing happened on this day," and like, you know, we have this surveillance footage that happened right here, and it caught the girls on the way there. So like, we're gonna keep it because God forbid we need it, you know. At least until the person was caught. So I get that. But you should not, as a police officer, have had to go back 5 years later after you find someone you think is a good suspect and look for their vehicle on this camera footage. That's insanity. How is that not a chain of custody issue?
If they've stipulated, I'll lose it. Okay, FBI affidavit that came with the Hoosier Harvester video noting the time change. Let's see. Jeffrey C. Robertson, on behalf of the FBI, I'm the custodian of the records attached here. The copies of the records for which this certification is made and which are attached hereto are true and accurate reproduction of the original records maintained in my files. The records reflect, memoranda, reports, records, and data compilations that were made at or near the time of the occurrence of the matter set forth in the attached records, or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge of the matter set forth. The memoranda, reports, records, and data compilations reflected are kept in the course of my regularly conducted business activity, and it is my regular practice to make the memoranda, report, record, or data compilation. I'm providing this affidavit as the custodian it says or records, but custodian of records, pursuant to Rule 803. I do hereby swear and affirm under penalty or perjury that the attached documents are true. And then it's the scene contact information, the consent to search on Kathy Pennington at the Hoosier Harvest Store. Where's the date? Let me see. There were 4.
So those are the documents.
Yeah, it says there's 4 connected cameras. And the type of cameras were digital IP, HDMI, network, and USB. And it says the system settings were from the current date that he picked it up was on February 19th, 2017. Let me put this in a private chat. I guess he can probably pull it up.
But where does it say he attached video files?
Let me see. Oh, which one was I in? It just has I sent it in the private chat so she could pull it up. It just has it. There's little boxes where you can check what kind of connection it was, what kind of internal device, the system settings, the usernames. It says I can't read part of the handwriting. But
does it say anything about the timestamp?
It says the current time. Well.
Okay, so it says
did you get it?
Time is 11:03, but that's on 2/19/17. That's when capstone retrieval is documenting it. So then, and then the system on 2/19/17, the system time is 11:57 a.m., which just tells me that the system is 54 minutes off.
I believe he downloaded it.
Right, so that's how they figured it out.
Right.
Hang on, what tab was I just in? Lord, hang on. I think it's towards one of the bottom pages where he discusses the audit trail, says smart player, and the methods of recovery, order for recovery, download to hard drive through a network connection. But then if you look in the discovery map, that defense, that 9-page one, it also has the file names. So I would assume this record that we're looking at is describing what the file name is in the discovery map.
So you're talking about the actual video that the FBI got.
Apparently,
Mullen never actually took video. Mullen sat there and
yeah, he acted like he went back.
But why did Mullen have to go back then? Why did Mullen have to go back 5 years later?
I can pull up his.
Is my question.
I'm gonna see. It keeps opening in Adobe. Hold on.
I think they went back years later because the FBI wasn't going to give them the video.
That's okay. Well, we went to the Hoosier Harvest Store security video and wanted to see if we could locate them. Hang on. Oh man.
Can you hear me buffing my nails?
A little bit.
All right, let me mute.
Okay, so 43 and 11 is 53. So they adjusted it by, they took the 54 minutes and changed it here. So here's a photo from the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, Kelsey German at 1:49, when the actual Hoosier Harvest Store camera says it's 2.
Why didn't they show the video of this black car driving by?
I don't know. It drives me crazy.
It would have taken literally 2 seconds, 2 seconds of the jury's time.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't think they ever got the video.
Well, it says
I'm in agreement with you.
In the discovery notice on January 30th, 2024, it's listed in there. Hang on, let me send you this one.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they got it. I mean, just because he put it in there as I'm giving you this on this day.
It's true.
I don't trust a single word that he says or writes.
Well, not too long ago, I was asking someone if they even thought, I'm like, do we even know that the video still exists? Did it get deleted at some point? But it is listed on page 4 of that thing I just put in the private chat. I'm trying to Control F through all of Mullen's testimony for the Hoosier Harvest Store to figure out. Let's see.
Maybe video or screen, maybe.
I'm trying to figure out what because he testified 3 or 4 times. I'm trying to figure out which day of his testimony that he talked about when they went back to get it. Let me see. It's not the 24th. Let me see the other one. Maybe the 19th. I'm just having to...
Pole camera at the Mears Farm gate. The pole camera at the Mears Farm gate.
What pole camera at the Mears Farm gate?
That's the one that has always been rumored that Dan McCann, not Dave, Dan, his brother, was seen riding the bicycle, and that you can see Derek German walking up and down the street.
Mm-hmm.
We've never actually seen it.
Don't you think would the girls have been on that?
Yeah.
Well, I think that was when they put up after the crime, because they were saying that they wanted to see if someone returned after the fact. Like, they were trying to monitor who was coming and going to the trail after it happened to see if the perpetrator returned. All right. I think this is a testimony where...
I bet the perpetrator did return.
Yeah. I found the right testimony. It was from October 19th, where he's talking about... this is the Hoosier Harvest Store business owned by Dan and Kathy Pennington, and you gathered information that they had security cameras? Yes. Did you go to the location? I did. And were you able to view it? Yes. The Penningtons met me at the location, and we viewed that video they had on their security cameras. And then he discusses it. I don't know if you want to pull it up real quick. Oh, I just lost what tab I'm in. They looked for a short period of time, mainly sometime roughly daylight, any daylight period of time where we could see, obviously, cars. If it was dark, we couldn't see anything that was on the road. It's not visible in the dark. So mainly from around 8 o'clock to about 5:30 p.m. Let's see.
Yeah, he sat there and watched it on like 3 times speed, like a dingleberry.
He says, I used my cell phone at that time to take some pictures of the vehicles that were traveling on the road. And what was the intent of that? To preserve that information and make sure that we had pictures of the vehicles, some of them at least, so that we could go back and try to collect the video. And how long were you there at the Hoosier Harvest?
Wait. Read that back so we could go back and collect the video?
Yeah, because this was on the 14th. The Penningtons called him and said, we have footage. And so he went there that night on the 14th, and he's sitting there reviewing it with them. And he's taking
after
pictures.
The girls were found murdered.
Mm-hmm. And he's taking pictures with his cell phone, he said, of some of the cars. He didn't say all of them. He said some of them, so that we could go back and try to collect the video.
Why didn't he just collect the video while he was there?
I don't know. They asked, how long were you there at the Hoosier Harvest Store viewing the security footage? He says, we were there probably 45 minutes to an hour. And then...
How?
I don't know. Let's see. And then they move on to the drone footage after that.
The drone footage that it took them till 2024.
Mm-hmm. They say, okay, you can have a seat back at the witness stand. Thank you. I want to fast forward to 2024, I believe. We saw drone footage from a prior witness, and I want to talk about that drone footage. I don't know if it's Nick crossing him here or not, but yeah, this is the first day of testimony after the family gets done testifying. They start with Mullen, and then
that's like the first day.
Yeah, and then they start leading into the Giancola and the Cantrone, all of the people who ended up responding. But that's all they said about here. I'm trying to remember where he talks about going back.
It might be I think it's just during his testimony.
Let's see. I think he might have, on a different day, followed up on some of it or something, because I do remember what people are talking about where he went back a few years later, but I can't find that testimony. Let me look through his other ones. He testified on the 19th, the 22nd, the 24th, and November 1st.
Yes, Sarah, we're going to finish the court transcripts. It's still being worked on. It's just...
This man testified so many times. How many times did they put him on the stand for us to find out he doesn't actually know anything?
I think that's what they did over and over again. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this really quick because I want to finish this because this still has to do with the cars and David Riley. So, so we were talking about David Riley. So he's passing the cemetery. He sees this car coming out, and they identified as Fred Coghill, which is also apparently, according to Radar, who is doing research, Coghill is the maiden name of Jake Johns' wife. So that's just an interesting little side note. He's on video at 2:25. Okay. So 2:25, this dude, from 2:25 to 2:30, this dude, Fred, is at the cemetery. Now, time-wise, if we're looking at that, that is exactly the same time that, according to the state, that Richard Allen would have been dragging the girls across the creek and over to the crime scene. So this dude would have been literally right up the hill and been able to see down for this to happen. It's also interesting that there's a car that's going in and out of the cemetery because Luthi and I have gone through the amount of steps that it would take to match the steps on Libby's phone. And it takes you right to the cemetery.
Which is past the crime scene.
Which is past the crime scene. Like it literally, the amount of steps took us from here, literally to here. Like somebody driving in and driving out and getting the girls. So that is unbelievable that now at that exact same time that these steps are happening, it leads to the cemetery, and then you have a car that's in and out. Who goes to the cemetery? What are you doing at the cemetery for?
And the steps stop.
5 minutes?
Yeah, and the steps stop after that.
And the steps stop after that on the phone. Like, so that for me is something I'm going to dig more into because I think that's just absolutely crazy. How do they confirm that is Fred Coghill? And who else owns a gray or silver newer car at the time? So I think that's important to look at now that we have that document that I'd never read. So that's one thing. So Riley parks at the trailhead, which is now basically the same area that we were just talking about. So he's the only vehicle there, according to Riley. Walks the trail across the Freedom Bridge with his dog and back to his vehicle. When he gets back, he observes vehicles parked belonging to Shelby, which is the white Impala, and Dave McCain, which is a tan Accord, according to that. Riley is on video westbound leaving at 2:55. So these two are there literally at the exact same time that this crime is occurring.
Don't see each other.
So now,
see each other?
What? Do they see each other?
Don't. Yeah.
Well, just driving past supposedly. So he sees him leaving as Riley is driving this way on 300 North. He sees this car, this new model gray silver car coming out of the parking lot of the cemetery. Then they go and check the Hoosier Harvest Store, and that car is supposedly on camera at 2:25 coming in and at 2:30 going out. So less than 5 minutes at the cemetery at the exact same time that the girls would have been abducted, or right after that, and literally. So that's just like I said.
Well, wait, at what? At 2:30 what?
2:25 and 2:30.
And then 2:32, there's no more movement on the phone?
2:32, there's no more movement on the phone.
Jeez Louise. I mean, I'm not saying nothing other than it's just baffling to me. Just like someone would need to explain to me in a way that makes sense why or how all those people are there, including Libby's dad, right? Because he's there running around the time that this is all still happening, right? Because
according to the state, yes.
You know, how did Richard Allen never say, when I was down there, I could hear a man screaming, Libby, Libby, you know what I mean? Because he would have, if he was there, he would have heard that. How come none of the family members saw him walking at 3:58 on the main road, like Sarah Carball did?
Well, because I think that's Dave McCain.
You think Sarah Carball actually saw a man and it was Dave McCain?
I think Sarah Carball saw a man and it was probably Dave McCain. Yeah. Or Ben
Really?
Mears.
Because I always thought she was just full of shit. I thought she got
I
caught
do
there
think
because
she's
she was
full
in
of
the geofence. Huh?
I do think she's full of shit. I think she came forward once the reward money was out.
Yeah, they actually, so they did like tower dumps. She did not come forward. She didn't stop at one of the roadblocks or anything like that.
I
But
thought
they
they
did a
tracked her
tower dump.
down. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a tower dump and they found her phone in the
Her mom's
area,
phone.
and then
Yeah.
they contacted like the mom because it was in her name.
Yeah. Oh, that's
And
Cheyenne. Are you talking about Sarah Carbach or Cheyenne?
Carball was caught in the tower dump 100%.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that also happened to
was
Cheyenne though,
Cheyenne.
but they had her mom's phone number when they tried to contact her.
Okay, then maybe that part of the story is what I'm
Yeah, but they
mixing up.
both were. That's why we were, when Sarah Carbach said that on the stand, we're like, oh, so pings are accurate. Like that's what they
Right.
were using back then was, that was before the geofence data from Google. They were just using tower records and they were using the pings in the area to identify apparently their star witness, but it's not good enough to determine the location of the suspect. I thought that was
Well, and
incredible.
Richard Allen is not in the tower dump.
At least
No.
not at the time, because when Robert Ives talked about those in that one interview, he subpoenaed like 70 subpoenas for like once they got the tower dumps, then they also eventually sent out about 70 subpoenas for people who between I assume 12 and 5. I don't know if he actually clarified that, but somewhere in that time frame, once they got certain records
So
back
he
and they
does
identified people, they like sent follow-up stuff because he said that was easier than getting a search warrant.
he does ping once. The problem is the area that they looked, it included like the area where his house was too.
Within the
Yeah.
range. Well,
Go
isn't it
for
like
mapping
2
Yeah.
square
purposes.
miles? Delphi,
Let me
like the
show
Yeah.
you.
entirety is like 2 square miles, like at the
Mhm.
Yeah.
widest point.
Here's
So he did come up on it, but it was later, like after 5, like maybe
right.
Yeah.
So here's
6.
the bridge, and then over here, for anybody who isn't aware, this is Richard Allen's house down here. So, bridge, crime scene, Richard Allen's house.
He could have made 2 turns and parked where he parked and not gone past the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. So, I mean, it just makes no sense.
Well, I think he parked exactly where he said he did, and where Bob described, like he took Kathy out there and she showed him where they parked. And back then, if you look at the chopper footage, there's a car parked right where he said he parked because back then, before they let it grow over, if you're going through town, you take the road towards Old Camden Road, and then it forks, and you can drive right up to the little Old State Road 25 bridge. There's like a gravel area for parking that people clearly used for parking because there's someone parked right there on the 14th in the chopper footage. But like, I don't think he ever, because if you're driving through town, you're not going to drive past the first, like if you're going to the grocery store or something, normally when you pull into the first one by your house. Like you go the shortest distance.
Mhm.
And he said he went there to walk to the new Freedom Bridge. Why would you drive past the bridge to park if you're going to the Freedom Bridge? He parked, like where he parked makes the most sense for what he said he was going there to do. Because where he parked, then what do you do immediately? You walk to the new Freedom Bridge and then you cross it. If he had parked at the CPS building, he never even would have crossed it. But that's what he went there
Oh.
for. And I know people are trying to say, well, he lied about stuff. Well, maybe I know what their reasoning. I understand what they think they're thinking. But like at the time he went to the trail, nobody knew the girls were going there yet. So he couldn't have been, he could have been strategizing yet. Like he would have, that's what he went there for. That's where he would have parked. And it just drives me crazy because now that
Yeesh.
we've seen the video, or at least even the screenshot, that's not even a Ford Focus on there at
He is.
127.
Show them where Patrick was. Not that we're at that part yet, people, so don't jump ahead, but show them where he lives in comparison to the crime scene also.
Okay.
Which is
Even
where, so there's him. Where's Rick?
Rick's right here.
Right there.
Patrick Westmore's
Where's the
right
crime
here.
scene?
Crime scene's right here.
Mm-hmm.
And also right by
I'm thinking
Patrick,
that one of my
like,
stuff saved that I put up here.
that's 1 block away, like 1 street over from the last known location that Libby's cell phone pinged. And I
Okay.
understand
So I
there's a
want to,
tower
yeah,
there, but
right here. So this is all the cell phone pings that I have on the map are all the ones over here, plus all the ones later, which I apparently didn't save after I typed them all in, which really sucks.
Oh my God.
Because I put all the tower pings, I had them all in purple over here, and they're gone.
apparently Ron Logan's didn't ping there. Because at the
So-
time they
No, his
started that
pinged
search,
on the goddamn bridge.
yeah, at the time
Okay.
of the search warrant, when they're given coordinates for his cell phone, they only had tower data at that point. They didn't have the geofence and the Google warrants yet. They were just using tower data, and his
Right.
pinged right over there. And at one point, Libby's phone did, they said 4 seconds into the video, it did relocate to the bridge at 213, but there were a few pings that happened after that, after the video. Like there was some phone activity that connected and went through. It didn't lose connection to the tower until 5:45, but if her phone was able to, I understand it was requesting a more precise location 4 seconds into the video, but I would think it also would have done that with some of the phone calls and stuff too.
I also would think that it would have done that in the past. There should be a
Mhm.
record of it doing that in the past, just saying.
Yeah.
So if it's the only video ever in her entire camera roll that the GPS starts in one location and then seconds into the video
Well, that's why it
changes to
also
an
would have been
entirely different
helpful to look at
location.
Kelsey's phone, because that would have been a real helpful way to to kind of start adding more data points to corroborate the patterns of the towers and how accurate it was for 2 people who at one point in the day were in the same car, were in the same house, to see where did her phone lead back to. You could use that as something to compare and contrast against to see if you could have deduced any more information. And they didn't even look at her phone. So there's no way to do that.
I'm
They did look
sorry.
at,
I think that's weird. Just
it is
I'm not
weird.
saying nothing about Kelsey, just generally, I find that really bizarre, being as how she was the last person to see them alive.
It is very weird.
Even if it was just timeline purposes.
Yes, but that is what drives me so crazy, is because some people get so mad when you ask about these things because they're like, "How dare you?" But what do you mean? This is how you got to either catch
How
them.
dare they? How dare
Yeah.
they not get it?
Yeah.
You catch them or you clear them. Period. The best thing you can do for the family is to look at it and be able to point to something. No, we looked at this, this, and that. They're cleared, but they never did that. What they said was, "We are not clearing anybody." But they also could have specified that's because they're not really looking very hard either. Like, of course we can't clear anybody because we're half-assing all of it. And that would have been helpful to know, but
No.
They didn't say that. And now they're telling us that they double and triple checked everything, even though half the stuff they didn't even collect. I don't know how you double and triple check something that you never got. Drives me crazy.
Okay, so I want to go on to, I don't know if I want to do, I'm going to skip down to Shelby. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to say David. Okay, so Dave McCain is, for anybody who doesn't know Dave McCain, let me show you a picture of Dave.
He's an odd one.
Right, hold on. Let me get that up. I have so much crap open now. I'm pretty sure I have it in the Prezi. I could have just gone there.
My favorite picture of Dave McCain is the one where he is walking through downtown Delphi and some local reporter just catches him walking down, and she like grabs him for an interview, and he is standing there he's got on a skull cap with a hoodie over the cap, and he looks like if you put the old Bridge Guy sketch and the young Bridge Guy sketch together, he to me looks like the one that if you put them together, it looks like the same person, because he looks just like Riley's sketch and the young Bridge Guy sketch.
Oh, that's interesting. Kind of like exactly how Douglas Carter told us, like, it was supposed to be like.
I think let me see if I can find that picture. I mean, that's what bothers
check
me
it,
about most of it.
Check out his hat in this picture, though. Like, this is like the big thing to me. Like this, And then I think it might be the picture you're talking about. I'd have to go find it. But he's got the one he's got the facial scarf thing around his neck. Not like a, what do you call it? But he's got like a scarf around his neck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So funky hat. Remember, they're like, oh, don't look at the hat. Okay, so that's.
You think I'm the kill? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat?
Because I'm wearing this hat.
God, that video is
he's
so
observed
creepy.
arriving on video at 2:44. So McCain said that there was a large pickup truck parked there when he arrived. So they're stating, looks like he's gonna paint something. He wishes he was. So that they're saying that big pickup truck is going to be David Riley's Honda Ridgeline. McCain also said that he saw a white station wagon type car when he arrived. So this is problematic because it doesn't make any sense that car would be Derek German's car, that station wagon type car, which should not be there at 2:44. Derek German doesn't arrive to pick up the girls until like 3:11, I think, is the phone call, if I remember right. And then he pulls into the lot. One of you two will correct me if I'm wrong on that.
In Christine's notes, she said that in Daniel and Shelby's...
Who's Kristen?
Not Kristen, Christine.
In
her notes that she was going over the interviews with different people, she said that Daniel and Shelby Hicks also saw a white station wagon when they were there, which would have also placed it there earlier. It's the only reason why this part of the Tina Garrison report bothers me is because I'm like, did she get it from Tina Garrison's report?
Right.
And that's what she was discussing in the live, or is this two separate cases in the discovery where
could have totally been all from one report? Could have totally been that.
I would like to know, but because it's taking up space in my brain.
So okay, so
definitely ask her.
Yeah, I should definitely ask her because I think that needs clarification. So they say that the car is Derek German's white Impreza. McCain said that he walked to the hub or Nitch's Bluff, then to the High Bridge, the Freedom Bridge, then back to his vehicle. He was observed on video leaving at 4:11.
Wait. Who? Oh, Riley.
No, this is McCain. Now we're at
McCain. Yeah.
Dave McCain, who is walks on the High Bridge. Everybody on the High Bridge essentially sees him. He won't say hi to anybody, and he leaves.
So definitely not Derek.
We also know they call him the quote-unquote flannel shirt guy because he was wearing a flannel shirt, and Derek German ran into him at the little trail crossing. So right here. So Derek
forgot about flannel shirt guy.
What?
I forgot about flannel shirt guy. I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, because nobody knew who he was at first. So
yeah,
when Derek gets here, he comes down, and Dave McCain is supposedly walking this direction, and he runs into him, and he's like, "Hey, did you see any girls over there at the bridge?" And Dave McCain's answer is no. Okay, now let me just preface this by saying he has seen Cheyenne and Shelby sitting right here on platform 1 where they said hello to him.
So why did he say no?
That's a good question.
That's a great question.
Because Cheyenne also said that the person she saw, this is what she said at trial. At trial, she described a man who she said hi to, and he didn't say hi back. He was grumpy and creeped her out. And that matches Riley and Bree's description of the man. And Cheyenne said when she went to law enforcement, she believed that the man she saw was the same man from Libby's video, which is also what Riley and Bree said. So how did law enforcement determine that it was different other than just deciding it was? But how did they determine who the 4 girls saw was different? I still don't understand what criteria they use to separate those two, especially when Nick has given interviews on HTC saying that, well, don't worry about the different descriptions, the physical descriptions, because that's normal. What you should actually pay attention to is the demeanor. Okay, well, if we're paying attention to demeanor, then you have a problem because your 130 witnesses and your 3-something witness saw him, the same person.
Right. But Dave McCain sees two girls at the bridge and then tells Derek German that he did not see two girls at the bridge.
And here's the thing. It's not like he would know in that moment what two girls Derek German is asking if he saw.
Exactly.
It's not like he had his phone and he's holding his phone out. He's like, did you see these two girls? And
Right.
Dave McCain's like, no, I didn't see those two girls. It's
Right.
like you were asked if you saw two girls. You did, in fact, just see two girls on the bridge. You told him no, and then he turned away from the bridge and didn't go down there.
Well, Cheyenne said it was not, she wasn't on the bridge yet. It was on her way. She'd gotten a phone call, and while they were walking towards Monon High Bridge, after they parked and started walking towards the bridge, she got a phone call from her boyfriend, and then at some point after the phone call, they crossed paths with him. And then when they walked up to the bridge, they saw Shelby and Daniel sitting there.
Right. She gets the phone call from her boyfriend at 3:12 when she's about to get on the bridge.
And it does match up with everybody else, what they're saying, but he's acting like he didn't see her ever. And I think that might be why so many people thought whoever Daniel Pearson saw must have been Bridge Guy, because there's this confusion about, well, Cheyenne saw someone too. Maybe it was also the person Daniel saw, but law enforcement never followed up on it because Dave McCain says he didn't see her. So they're like, oh, somebody's just confused. And instead of clarifying it or resolving the discrepancy, they just started cherry picking.
Go to Shelby Duncan's testimony.
You mean Shelby Hicks?
No, Shelby Duncan's.
You mean Shelby Hicks?
Wait. Did Shelby Duncan testify?
Yes, she had the pictures of her feet hanging off the bridge.
I thought they admitted that during Cheyenne's testimony.
Did they get those from Cheyenne's testimony? Maybe you might be right. I thought they had, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could be wrong. Okay. Maybe I don't know why they would get in Shelby Hicks's pictures.
I don't understand that either, because one of the things that I had a hard time figuring out when I saw those is because of Christine's notes. Because I think I told you, like, some of the stuff she put in there at the time, I thought, what is she talking about? And then we get these exhibits and I'm like, oh, that's what she's talking about. But on the timestamps for Shelby Hicks, Shelby Duncan.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking she testified too, that her feet were hanging off and she smoked a couple cigarettes.
That's because we were told that was Shelby's pictures. But let's see.
What am I apologizing for?
Getting a call. Let me scroll down.
What did I do?
I don't know. Who knows when it comes to DV?
Shelby Duncan also saw the moped car.
Shelby Duncan did not. Oh, it's just Shelby Hicks then. And I guess
it says the last pic that Shelby Duncan took from the Monon High Bridge before walking back was at 3:53. And Shelby, according to Christine's notes, Shelby Duncan said her first Snapchat pic was timestamped at 3:49. And when they came back across the Monon High Bridge, Shelby and Daniel Pearson were already gone. And the last pic Shelby Duncan took from the bridge was 3:53. But then the one from Cheyenne, there's one from Cheyenne that's 3:53 and another one that says 3:55. And I have not been able to tell if some of their Snapchats just got conflated, because there's also some other pictures that Cheyenne took of Shelby Duncan that weren't in the exhibit. And I don't know why
So I just looked and there's only Shelby Hicks.
Okay. Yeah. It's just I was just thinking that she did because of her pictures being in, but I forgot that they could just do whatever they want in Delphi.
Yeah, that's what's also confusing though, because how do we know whose picture is what? Because we saw the ones from Bitter Beat Poet where Shelby Duncan is standing on the bridge, like crossing. It's just a picture of Shelby Duncan. That one's not in Cheyenne's Snapchat pics, but then Shelby Duncan's pictures that she uploaded to her own Snapchat are admitted as if they're Cheyenne's.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
That's why I thought that maybe she testified, but okay, that's fine. Okay, so either way though, she's talking about that when they're leaving the bridge, they sit on platform 1 and smoke a cigarette.
For about 20 minutes, they both smoked some.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go back to this then. Okay, he observed a female sitting off the road on a motorcycle. They believe that that's the moped now, apparently. and that's Maya Abbott's. She was talking to
Which
a male. Good.
Tell them who Maya Abbott is.
So Carl Abbott is her dad, and Carl Abbott runs the mortuary,
Funeral home. Yeah.
the funeral home. Yeah. And Maya Abbott is his daughter. So she's talking to a male in a blue muscle type car who has been identified as Carl Abbott.
That's the mortuary dude. Her dad.
Yes, her dad. So he's in a car driving by, and she's on her moped talking to him. He also observed a male wearing a bright orange shirt. The male was shouting, "Did you see my kids?" And that was identified as Derek German.
Who just said so? Was the visibly upset girl with pink hair? Is that Maya?
I've seen pictures of her, and I pulled up some stuff because there's a lot of stuff in the comment. She has long blonde hair. She does not strike me as the pink hair type at all. And there's a ton of pictures of her with Evan. Like, they're apparently longtime sweethearts. And he was apparently also there at the same time in this says a yellow Razor 4-wheeler parked at the Mears lot along with Maya's scooter around 4 p.m. And it doesn't say what kind of vehicle Carl Abbott is in. It just says vehicle that he would have parked sometime prior to 4:30 when he saw a guy on the bridge at 4:30. And he apparently did a lineup.
So my question is, what is Carl Abbott's blue muscle car?
No clue.
Because, is it boxy? Does it look like a Comet?
Would it have been parked there at 8:45 a.m. that morning?
Right. Where was he the rest of the day?
I don't know.
Yeah, where was he?
And why did they ask him? Apparently, I don't know if they did or not, but these notes say that at some point he was asked to do a lineup.
Yep. Well,
I don't know if he actually did one, but apparently he was asked.
Well, somebody's supposed to have done a sketch that looks like Mike Patty.
Yeah.
We don't know who that was yet.
Let me see. I'm trying to scroll through where it says on her notes, it just says, saw a guy on the bridge at 4:30, did a lineup during a prior interview that the cop interviewing him a second time didn't know about.
Okay, so let me go down here because then this is the next one that I find important too. So Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson are observed arriving on video at 2:48. So they park at the trailhead again, observed by McCain, which he supposedly got there at 2:44. Okay, Pearson said there was a white Subaru 4-door station wagon car and another dark colored car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so whose car is this?
Well, I don't know, because in the notes, I can't remember if I put, because it said, I remember Christine talking about that with theirs, and I took it out and I just put white vehicle because I thought, I wonder if she's just mixing them up, because I thought that about a lot of stuff she was saying during the live, because I thought it doesn't make any sense from what we know. But
it doesn't make any sense.
But it does. I mean, there clearly is a report that says that, but it's hard to know. And I remember at the time saying, I don't know if maybe she mixed something up while she's taking her notes, or if these police reports are wrong, because even the police report, Carl Abbott did it line up and he's getting interviewed a second time. The cop didn't even know about it. And then the officer Lowy from Indiana or from Fort Wayne,
he's probably saying Lowe, Lowe.
I absolutely don't think that Abbott, when you say did a lineup, do you mean you think that he was he participated in as one of the lineup people?
That would be interesting.
I remember,
I don't think that happened.
A lot of us in the chat
I don't think it happened
trying
either
to
way.
ask for follow-up or clarification, but it sounded like he was shown a lineup and he mentioned it during during a second interview, because they came back to him and re-interviewed him, but the person who re-interviewed him didn't know that he had done a lineup previously.
The only way that's possible is if at that point in time that they were really focused on Liebert, another Dave Liebert, and like Logan Maxwell.
Well, they asked him to do it because he reported seeing a male on the bridge at 4:30, and I think that could have been Cody, actually, because that's when Kelsey arrives back at the trail, and her and Cody cross Monon Bridge to go to the other side to start knocking on doors.
Wait, at 4:30?
Well, they arrive
No.
around 4:30, but it says that Maya and Evan arrived around 4 and they left around 4:30, but I still don't understand why Carl Abbott was even there. But apparently he
It was
saw
an
a male.
unseasonably warm day. That's why.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was on an outing with his daughter and her boyfriend. It just seems like, I mean, maybe they were one of those families, I don't know, where like the mom and dad just go with the child and I don't know. It's like I don't know. I really don't understand the dynamic, but apparently he was also there. But if he was just in his car, he couldn't have seen anybody on the bridge. So if he's talking about he reported a male on the bridge at 4:30, I think it's interesting though that why would they even be considering anybody at 4:30?
Well, I don't believe that Cody and Kelsey are there at 4:30.
Yeah, I think they're just arriving to the Mirrors lot, but that's the only person I can think of.
I don't think Kelsey's even there yet.
Let's see, on the CAD report, I think they call around 6 and they said she had already left. And then in the early family interviews, Becky calls her at 4:17 and they talk. And after that, she decides to go up there, but she goes to the trail first and then leaves about an hour later to go in late to work. And then when they call her job to ask her to come in, they said she already left. But even on my 213 timeline, every entry I have for her arriving and her and Cody crossing, I'm like, this is a very tight, like, I don't know how they could have gotten from here to there that quickly and then back from there that quickly. And so I put it in there just for the record because like they stated this, and even at trial, I tried to, I guess, detail it even more according to her actual testimony. But even with that, it sort of lines up with Mitch Cantrone's testimony about the times that he was there. But I don't know how Mitch and Kelsey and Cody didn't run into each other. And it's just, there's a lot of these are so tight where I'm like, how did they not run into each other? But apparently
none
they
of
didn't.
These people, nobody runs into each other all day long.
Yeah, but then all these people also saw a random person, a lone person all by himself.
Yeah, nobody saw each other, but they all saw this one person who supposedly were down.
Yeah.
But Betsy Blair specifically states that the person like looks at her, they make eye contact like he's looking for somebody, and it's not her. And then you also have that's just too much conjecture. I don't want to go down that hole. So okay, so they park at the trailer. Pearson said there was a white Subaru 4-door station wagon car and another dark colored car. Hicks describes the two vehicles as a light colored longer vehicle and a brown smaller car. So we're going then with that being the white Impala and the tan Accord.
Why would she describe her own car though? I saw my own car.
Okay. Yeah, I saw my own car. Okay.
Like her car fits that description more than the others, except I don't think they would have, unless that was just part of the interview where they were referencing, because they let everybody identify their own cars. So maybe she was saying like, yeah, that's my, like that's the only other thing, because my brain always tries to, even if I think, like even with Holman, I'm like, and Liggett, I'm trying to think in their mind, what could they have been doing for this to have made any sense to them? Like, was Shelby the only way I can make any sense? Well, it doesn't always lead to anything, obviously, especially with Holman and Liggett, but sometimes you can at least see what they meant. And you're like, okay, she was actually there. They just copy and pasted from a report where she was identifying her own car. But if that's not what she was doing, whose car is she describing other than Derek's?
Car is she described,
which does place him there earlier.
Well, and then Pearson says that it's a white Subaru 4-door station wagon.
Yeah. I mean,
So is he talking about a Subaru, or is he talking about the same station wagon others mentioned?
No.
I don't know if
You know what I
he
mean?
accurately described it or if he's like, I think it's, but like when he says station wagon, there's only one person we know of who had a white station wagon, unless there was another person out there. And that's the other thing. I'm like, okay, well, if it wasn't Derek's, then whose white station wagon was it?
Okay, so those vehicles would have been Riley and McCain. It's not going to be Riley.
No, because Riley drove a red Honda Ridgeline truck.
Why are they saying that that light-colored longer vehicle is Riley's?
I have no idea.
Okay, so here,
Because
so
they don't want it to be Derek, I guess. I don't know.
That is weird because it's not. It's a truck, and it's not a light-colored longer vehicle, nor is it a Subaru four-door station wagon. So Pearson said that he passed an older male just past the trailhead where they had entered. He described someone we identified as Dave McCann. Okay, now think about this timeline-wise. 2:48, right?
David Riley says he saw them at that time. Not Dave McCain. He said on his way back from Freedom Bridge, he saw Daniel and Shelby, and he gave the descriptions of them. A male that was around 5'10", around 180, had facial hair, and the girl had on.
So how did this person or these people determine that who Daniel Pearson saw was Dave McCain?
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's...
Well, also, if you think timeline-wise, Dave McCain shouldn't be near the trail crossing at 2:48.
Right.
And neither should... And the way that Pearson says that he saw the person coming does not match that it would be Riley, who said that he went to the trail cross around Freedom Bridge with his dog and then back to his vehicle. So according to David Riley, he's walking this way and going out here. According to Daniel Pearson, he's coming into the trail and somebody's coming out this way.
Is Skip still in here? If Skip's in here, you can show the picture, Teresa.
Skip, are you in here? Skip, did you leave me? So how is that that story can't be from Daniel Pearson?
Well, the story's from Daniel. It could be from Daniel Pearson, but whoever's writing this, basically, meaning he didn't say the person he saw was Dave McCain. It's whoever's writing this that was like, he probably saw Dave McCain.
Well, but it can't be Dave McCain because Dave McCain is somewhere else.
Right.
At 2:48. So he describes
Skip's here.
He says that he passed an older male just past the trailhead where they had entered. He described someone we identified as Dave McCann. Oh, Skip is here. Okay. Here we go, Skip. Let me show you this.
I'm putting also in the chat the narrative report that Amy covered in her live where they re-interviewed Daniel Pearson in October of 2017. She covered it in one of her lives, and so I put it in a doc. I'm going to put that here.
Yeah, put that back here.
And it's just like a Google Doc. It's not like a PDF because she didn't provide the whole thing. Like she just like put portions of it. And so like the first page isn't there, but I had left like a page one. It's blank. And then, I tried to mimic it as best as I could. But he says he's talking to Giancola. And he says in this thing, Mr. Pearson did state when he parked, he noticed 2 other cars in the parking lot for the entrance to the trailhead. Mr. Pearson advised that he noticed a smaller passenger car that was dark in color and a second vehicle that he thought was a Subaru, and it was a white station wagon type vehicle. Again, I made arrangements.
So who is this guy?
Who's what guy? But this also talks about him and Shelby both doing a sketch in this narrative report.
Mm-hmm.
What? Who is that?
This is who Daniel
Pearson's sketch.
Okay. But didn't he later clarify that that is not the hat that he saw? Like, was that a...
When? You tell me.
I mean, even if that's not the hat, who the fuck is that guy? He looks entirely different from every other sketch.
Mm-hmm. Who is that?
Yeah, who is that? It ain't Dave McCain, for crying out loud. It's just, I bet you they put the fucking hat on because they thought that he saw Dave McCain.
Maybe. That
does not look like Dave McCain. In fact, I think he looks younger than Dave McCain. But who is this man?
That's
Teresa thinks this is probably Bridge Guy,
I do. I think this is
real Bridge Guy.
the best the best scenario of a sketch you're going to get of Bridge Guy. I think
he
it's this
looks
person
like
right
somebody
here.
Someone said
though.
see Skip,
Like
but I
he
didn't
looks
see
like
what
a real person. I don't know who, but like
Yes.
this is the first one that looks like an actual person. The other ones look like a
and not like
weird,
a composite,
like an
weird,
illustration
yeah.
of a person or a painting of someone. This looks like an actual real person that somebody could have seen.
So have you seen this sketch, or you just are?
No.
Have you seen this sketch? Skip. That's what I was
No.
trying to say.
Rather asking me to try.
But yeah, I know you hadn't seen it. I had not seen it. It is like it's snowing or it's icing. But I thought he just thought that it existed. But this, I agree with you. When you think of like a sketch, this looks like
Like an actual
an
real
actual
human that
human being.
exists somewhere.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who he looks like to me, but like when I look at him, I'm like, he reminds me of someone.
He gave this sketch.
Could this person look younger? I
14/17.
think so. Yeah, 2/14. So the day they were found dead.
Right. So down here it just tells you it was Indiana State Police. It's Trooper Taylor D. Bryant, who did literally all of the sketches except for Sarah Carbaz for some odd reason.
Wait, let's look at him without the hat. Keep it zoomed in. Yeah. Now he could. I could see someone thinking that this person seems younger looking. I mean, the beard would throw you off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see this person being younger than their actual age, looking younger than their actual age.
This
Couldn't
is
you?
weird.
Ain't it? It's like looking at a stranger after all this time.
Yeah, but like it's like finally looking at a real person for the first time. Because even with the video, you can't tell anything. It's like he's just a blob of pixels. And the other sketches are just not. They don't even look like they resemble. Like they look like a picture of, if you wanted to draw a Midwestern man, that's what old Bridge Guy sketch looks like. Any old middle-aged man in the Middle West. And then the young guy sketch looks like a cartoon almost, or like I don't know, like a animation of someone. But this guy looks like he just looks like a real person who exists. The other ones don't to me. Let's see. Daryl. Who's Daryl McCain? Let's see.
Oh, there's Dan and Dave. I don't know if Daryl.
Chelsea's like,
Keith said he
someone
was
do side by side.
How tall is this one? How tall does Daniel Pearson say the guy he saw was?
I don't know if he did say. They talk about the Lieberts in this narrative. Hang on. He stated he and his
Pull up a
girlfriend.
picture of Holder with a beard.
Weird.
That's my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. I got you, Candy Sherry. I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Mr. Pearson stated that he and his girlfriend were walking to the trails the day before, and while they were walking, they noticed several cars and also an older gentleman that they thought was very suspicious. Mr. Pearson advised the older man had white or peppered hair, and he also had facial hair. Mr. Pearson advised that this older gentleman was wearing blue jeans, but he remembers he was wearing a black golfer's hat or something similar. Mr. Pearson,
Golfer's hat. Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Pearson stated the odd thing he remembered about this subject, he was taking pictures with a disposable camera of them, and he even took a picture of them without permission. Mr. Pearson was asked if he would be able to do a sketch of the person if we could provide the sketch artist. Mr. Pearson advised that between himself and his girlfriend Shelby Hicks, he thought they could provide a sketch. Arrangements were made for the sketch artist from ISP to come to Delphi and meet with Mr. Pearson and Ms. Hicks. It was also determined that, and then it was redacted. And that's when he says, he did state that when he parked, he noticed the two cars and then describes the station wagon. But then they go into, like, this narrative report goes into a whole bunch of other stuff. Even with like Olehi, the autopsy, the Lieberts is weird. This is a long narrative report. Or long considering the ones we've seen.
Do we think that the person who, or people or whatever, who killed the girls would have taken a photo of them at some point? I do believe that the FBI in Ron Logan's search warrant affidavit, I do believe that she mentions something about people that do these type of crimes. And nobody ever wants to talk about the trophies, right? The underwear and the sock that were never found, that were never found in Richard Allen's house either. So we still have a missing
Yeah, he only
sock
kept
and
the
underwear.
He kept the bullet he didn't know he left.
Yeah.
But not anything from the actual event. Yeah. Makes sense. This is very almost like if I had seen this at the New Direction press conference, I think that would have probably been less irritating than the one they showed. But had I seen had I seen Betsy's sketch first and then this one, I also would have been less confused and irritated. Like that was
This person could be in the middle of both of those.
That's what I'm saying. Like this one actually fits what they were trying to say, which makes me even more irritated. I mean, Doug Carter is a very frustrating man in general. I do think one of these days we're going to find out he was the creepiest one of them all. But aside from that, just his frustration factor and his word salad and just speaking with all kinds of authority when it turns out he doesn't know what he's talking about. He was supposedly at that 2019 presser referring back to something that the U.S. Marshals BAU put together. And that's where all of the stuff came from about the magic cans. If you put them together and all that, that only applies to this. But that's why they could have released, had they released this one with Betsy Blair's sketch, that probably would have been less confusing too than this. But at the same time, like it's kind of like, why are they taking all this DNA if they're not testing it? Why are they getting all of these sketches if they're only going to use a couple of them and none of them are useful? What were they doing? Oh, I mean, that's one picture of him.
He's too fat, though.
I
just think he's too fat.
There are some videos and pictures of him with his beard shorter, which probably looks closer, but his face, I don't know. But look at that hat, the way he's wearing it.
Yeah, I think.
What does the back of that hat look like? Because it looks like it's backwards on him. Because a baseball hat normally has like
also glasses.
Where you like, yeah, but like his baseball hat, if that's a baseball hat backwards, where's the little hole for where you like adjust the width of it and how tight it fits? But he's not wearing it.
They have hats that. Oh, see, he looks a little thinner there, but they do have hats that don't have. Yeah, I don't know what they're called.
They get those if they're fitted to your head, but the one in that picture is not fitted to his head. It's all lumpy.
It's Johnny Messer.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple more. These are kind of blurry.
Yeah, see, look at how the hat's sitting on.
Yeah, because we pulled them from a website that points out terrorists. That's like where we found
snapbacks. That's the word I was looking for.
So
yeah, but what's the other one? Is it just fitted? Is that what it is?
Yeah, but normally you get it to fit your actual head, and that one does not look like it fits him. I mean, I guess he could still have one, but normally if you're going to get an actual hat with a size, you get the right size. Oh, wow.
Look at that facial hair.
That one kind of looks like him. I mean, they all look more like him. All of these characters look more like these sketches than Richard Allen does.
Him and then the sketch. Do him and then him. Sketch. So it's a different angle, but the facial hair. Yeah. The facial hair, you can't really tell from his eyes. Well, yeah. Okay, now do it.
Yeah, but does that look like someone who has their head shaved from their days in the National Guard and only a goatee? No.
Well, look at the side. Okay, imagine in that picture she's showing right now that head-on one.
Mm-hmm.
Look, imagine a hat, okay, and look at just the sides of his hair, like right above his ears, and then look at the look.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't look like someone whose head is shaved from.
Literally, no one described someone with a shaved head.
TP said, guys, Doug Carter specifically told us not to do this. Hey, shouldn't you be already working on a meme to put a hat on all of these guys so you can do a quick actual side by side?
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me see who else is in here. Well, we know that Elvis Fields matches Teresa Lieber's sketch. That's even really much of a question. And then
Don't you have more pictures of Holder? Oh, it's
yeah,
definitely not him. I don't think, because he's a giant. I feel like everyone would have remembered. Just like
no.
they would all have known that they saw a midget.
Yeah,
They would all have known that they saw
so.
him because he's a giant.
I agree. Hold on. What do I have in this one? Do I not have anything there? I guess I had a plan, but
What does it
Oh,
say?
wait. Hang on.
it just says topic because like that's just generic. Like I don't.
Who it is? I'm about to look because I think.
Look
No, I don't think
at
it was
all the
TikTok.
different ways Brad Holder looks. Look at all the
Yeah.
different ways he looks. Looks like Uncle Fester in the top left.
Hang on, let me see.
Uncle Fester with a Bud Light lime.
Yeah, tough guy. All right,
At least he. I would have thought that he like poured his beer into a horn because he prefers to drink out of
yeah.
his horn.
I do. Oh, yeah, that's who that's probably supposed to be. It is probably supposed to be Ned Smith, and I never finished it. Good call.
Oh well, we have a picture of Ned Smith.
I do. I have a picture of Ned Smith.
Do you think when he goes to the bar he requests mead?
I don't think that the sketch doesn't look like Ned Smith to me.
Okay, but
Oh,
does
maybe.
it look like
Hold on.
this? Does it look like this?
Hold on, I can't see you. No, it doesn't.
Gross.
Look like that.
What about this?
It doesn't more like him than the others.
I'm just saying they should have hired me because my sketches are really accurate.
True.
Why is it not wanting to load?
There's have y'all seen the old text message or not text messages? Facebook, not even messages. Like just I guess on people's wall or whatever, where they're just talking back and forth between Brian James and Patrick Westphal about
This
drinking.
guy.
Who's that?
That is Ned Smith.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That is Ned Smith. Don't he look like a mouth breather?
Oh,
Yeah, that's who you totally did mouth
Why
breather
did
with.
I think he was like an older gentleman?
No.
I didn't know he was even.
Harry,
like,
it is Lally. It is Lally.
Dude, that's
We decided that Lally needed an objection paddle, and so we drew him one.
Nice.
objection. Objection.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know why that's that.
And apparently I need to add that in here because I didn't do it.
I've never.
What if any?
That's weird.
What if any?
What was I doing? Okay. Oh, I wanted to finish that.
What, if anything, were you doing?
Oh wait,
What if
I was
anything
trying to
was I
look
doing?
to see who this.
Okay, so Pearson
responded.
said that he passed the older male just past the trailhead where they entered. He described someone we identified as Dave McCann. Pearson said that the man had a camera and may have took a picture of him and Shelby. Pearson said that he saw another man that did not stand out to him that had a black dog at approximately 2:54. Okay, now again, at 2:54, where the heck is David Riley when David Riley is supposedly, okay, think about this, 2:54, right?
Johnny.
Riley is leaving and seen on camera at 2:55. Pearson should already be all the way gone. Like
You have a
down to the-
request. You have to do it.
Okay, hold on. Oh gosh, yes, I absolutely can. Dude, you guys, can one of you guys grab it? Man, I don't know. So 2:54. Daniel is already over here with Shelby. So, but David Riley says he didn't go to the Monon High Bridge. You see what I'm saying?
Hang on. Say that last part again.
Okay, so if Daniel Pearson says that he saw another man that did not stand out to him that had a black dog at 2:54.
Yeah.
Riley is on camera leaving at 2:55. And he, according to Riley, he went from the parking lot to the Freedom Bridge back to the parking lot. According to no Big JD, I haven't seen it yet. I'll check. And then you have Daniel Pearson, who arrives at what was it? I don't want to tell you the wrong time.
2:48.
2:48, comes down, sees a guy as he's turning on the trailhead right here, right at the trail crossing, sees the guy, and then at approximately 2:54, he's already over here.
Actually, that might make sense because at trial, Shelby said when they got there, they actually went towards Freedom Bridge first, and they walked for about 5 to 10 minutes, and they talked for a little while. I don't know if they were sitting at a bench. I don't know if they changed their mind, like, we don't want to go to Freedom Bridge, but she said they walked for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then they turned around and went to Freedom Bridge. But I still don't understand that unless David Riley was walking back to Mirror's lot and they were right at the time they were taking a right.
Try the link in the chat. I can't tell if that's the right one because I can't play it for some reason
Okay,
when
hold
I'm
on
on here.
So Daniel did not go straight to Monon. That's where he says he went, was this way. They come down here. This is where they run into.
Right. Well, their stories don't. That's part of the confusion because at trial, Shelby Hicks gave a different. She added stuff that nobody's ever heard before about when they got there. They actually went to the right first, and they were over there for a little while, and then they turned around. And then after they left the bridge, they drove around Amish country, and he drove her back to her car, which is weird because when did his car arrive?
But he states that he goes to the Monon Bridge, and then
if he got there before her, he might have gone there first. Do you see what I'm saying? Like he could have they could have met there instead of driving there together.
Well, I think they did meet there. Because remember, you have the whole, there's the whole cheating scandal with Daniel actually being at the bridge earlier with his girlfriend, with his side piece.
I thought Shelby Hicks was the side piece.
Okay, then maybe the girlfriend, whatever which way it was.
Yeah.
Okay, but see, Daniel Pearson has to be over here because then when Dave McCain is crossing this way and going over here at 3:11, he tells Derek German that he saw the couple at the bridge. No girls, just the couple.
Unless there was another person there. You see what I'm saying? I don't know that there is, but when Steph, when you take her trial testimony and his, all the reports we have of what he said, they're in conflict. Parts of his story match up perfect with Dave McCain's. Parts of her story match up perfect with David Riley's. But the parts of their stories that don't match up with David Riley or Dave McCain are the same things that conflict with each other's stories, even though they were there together. But it does kind of make sense if he's there earlier and he's actually referring to something that happened prior to her getting there. And I don't know that that actually does explain it, but it explains some of it, which makes me think, okay, that maybe we're getting closer, but not quite there yet. But I don't, or maybe they got in a fight while they were there and he maybe she stormed off and he, I've been trying to rack my brain for what could explain some of these things. But at trial, we have her transcript. She's saying they get there and they go to the right immediately. They walk to the trail split and they go right beforehand. And I know that's different than what his narrative report says, but it would also be very interesting to have her narrative reports from back then to see if she changed her story at all. But we don't have those. We only have his. And then it's like, I still don't know what to do about the fact that she says at trial, after they get done from the bridge and they walk back to Muir's lot, they don't just get in the car and go home. She says they got they drove around Amish country for a little while, and then he dropped her off at her car. Like, that is one of those, I keep thinking about Sergio, because, with the pronouns, that'll give you away. If you say we and you're supposed to actually be alone, you'll accidentally tell on yourself. I feel like saying drop me back off at my car is also along those lines of telling on herself when it comes to whether or not they might have gotten there at the same time in separate cars. But then I feel like that doesn't answer all of it either. But I don't know what to do with her stories being so different than his narrative reports, other than the fact that either someone is mixed up, somebody lied, or law enforcement is not documenting this accurately. Like, they're only documenting what they make sense to them at the time.
Skip is saying he has 5 pieces of evidence that corroborate Daniel Pearson being there at 1:30.
Yeah.
So there's that. See-through, I know exactly what you're saying, see-through, but the whole thing is Daniel's original statements are opposite of that.
Yeah.
So
that's what's frustrating, because it's trying to, that's why it would be helpful, because we finally have an arrival time for Shelby on the Hoosier Harbor Store, but we don't have her departure time. That drives me crazy, because that would at least be able to give us a smaller window of when she was for sure there, regardless of what time he was there. But it would also be helpful to have this Hoosier Harbor Store video. It would have been the first thing I looked at if I had that hard drive, because I'd be looking to see, were any of these cars Daniel Pearson's? Did he get there earlier? And if not, I'd be trying to figure out, did he park at the CPS building earlier? Did anybody else? It's just, I would be trying to figure out if there were any other explanations for some of these that maybe make more sense than us trying to make all these very isolated pieces fit.
Right.
Because we're also learning all these other people were out there we didn't know about until a year after trial. We're just now learning they were there. What if there's others who were also there that would explain these things?
Okay, so let's go through it. Let's go through it like they did, like Shelby Hicks says during testimony then. Okay, so if they get there at 2:48, they park at the trailhead, and then Pearson, which I still don't understand how it's observed by McCain, but whatever. Pearson said there's those 2 cars. Okay, Pearson said that he passed an older male just past the trailhead where they entered.
I'm putting her testimony in chat in case you want to pull it up.
Okay, he describes someone we identified as Dave McCann. Pearson said that the man had a camera and may have taken a picture of him and Shelby. Pearson said that he saw another man that did not stand out to him that had a black dog at 2:54. Okay, so let's go at that then. Okay, so let's look at the map and say, let's go with Shelby Hicks's. So 2:48, Daniel and Shelby are coming in. Here's David Riley with his dog leaving. I mean, this actually makes more sense, except for that's not the original story that was told. So, so he goes, so Daniel and Shelby come this way. They happen to run into David Riley, who, with his black dog, is on his way out because he's seen on the Hoosier Harbor Store at 2:55. So here they cross, whatever. They go down here, all the way to Freedom Bridge. They walk back.
She says halfway, about 5 to 10 minutes down, like halfway towards the highway.
Halfway down. They don't go all the way to Freedom Bridge.
Right. She says they only walk part of the way down, about 5 or 10 minutes, because they stopped to talk for a little while.
Okay. They stopped to talk for a little while, probably like one of the benches, then I would assume. And then they turn back around, and then it would have been about 3:15 that he would have supposedly seen the guy coming out this way. But now I still am going to run into the same issue, is that at that same time, that exact same time, you have Derek German, who's supposedly coming and seeing Dave McCain flannel shirt guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, maybe it's just a little bit of a timing thing. And so Daniel Pearson walks past Dave McCain, and then here comes Derek German right after, and here's still Dave McCain, really in the same spot essentially, runs into Derek German, who's saying like, hey, have you seen my girls? Have you seen these girls? Whatever. Have you seen 2 girls over there? And he says, no, I just saw a couple. Well, okay, maybe he says, I saw a couple headed over there. Okay. which still makes no
Shelby
sense.
said that David McCain was on the bridge taking pictures when they walked up. He was
Right.
already on the bridge, and David McCain testified that when he got there, he took pictures of this old oak tree around, like around the trail entrance, and then he walked straight to Monon High Bridge, and he said he took pictures for like 30 minutes maybe, and
Over
he
here,
was still on the bridge when Shelby and Daniel walked up.
when Shelby and Daniel walk up, they supposedly see him on the bridge, not at this trail.
And then he leaves the bridge, and he supposedly passes Cheyenne on the way and then runs into Derek. That's where I keep running into problems, because if you, like, when you take Shelby's testimony, Cheyenne's testimony, Dave McCain's, and Derek's, like, there's a lot of conflicts, but like, it's hard to figure out which one of them is mixed up, because normally, even if you get kind of like with the description, sometimes you might get the physical description wrong, but you can rely maybe on the demeanor. And in this case, it's maybe the times that they initially gave were wrong, but like the order of events, if they all agree on the order of events, then at least you can make a little more sense of it. But they don't agree on any of those things with any of their testimony. And in my opinion, when that happens, it's the only thing that actually indicates is that there's a piece missing, that these are never going to fit together, because there's like a person or a thing, or the time is wrong. Like there's something that is either going to lead to wrong conclusions, thinking that there's nothing else missing and just trying to make it fit with just those. But it's hard to know which one of them has the missing piece in their timeline, because it doesn't mean they're all missing that piece. It means like one of them is missing something. I think Daniel Pearson getting there earlier probably fills in more pieces than the other ones. And it's not so much that there was another person there, so much as the same person there that was just also there earlier.
Right.
But he sat for a sketch. So I'm like, well, maybe not, because that'd be kind of like Shelby saying, I'm describing my own car in this Tina Garrison report, like her car is the only one that fits that description. So why would she be describing it? Why would Daniel Pearson be describing the missing person? Like, this is very frustrating.
It's because none of it's real. Like, it's like
except for the sketch, apparently. Like, that's the most realistic thing I've seen out of all of this.
So, Sleuthy, you want to take this question?
Read it to me. I can't see it.
Why are Derek's phone calls to Libby not on her phone extraction?
I don't know.
I thought they were in the call logs. Or are those from Libby's call logs or from Derek's? Because they did do an extraction on Derek's phone. So when Cecil's making his timeline, did he just plug those in because he's trying to create a timeline? And because if her phone was not connected to the network, you wouldn't have seen the missed calls. But there should have been.
But it was connected to the network supposedly during the time that he was calling her.
Those should be, unless, was it going straight to voicemail because it actually was off? And then it wasn't, there's a difference. Like, it could have been.
Well, it wasn't off because other people were calling, so it wasn't off.
Yeah, Derek's phone calls just don't show up on Libby's phone extraction.
In fact, Tara German called over and over and over and over and over, and tried to FaceTime call.
That's why. Did Derek do FaceTime or only like an actual phone call?
According to him,
he didn't do anything. There's nothing in there.
Well, I mean, according to him, yeah.
According to him, that they always like to text, and he didn't. He always liked to talk on the phone. But there
wasn't text either.
There's nothing in the phone extraction that has Derek calling Libby.
So why do we have those timestamps? Because before the trial transcripts, I was just relying on the filings but also from the interviews.
Okay, so Becky says, I had Derek take pictures of his phone so we could figure out the times. That's from Derek's phone. Nothing is on Libby's. This always just fed into the whole thing about, did Libby even have Libby's phone?
Yeah. Because in this extraction from Cecil's thing, it says call history.store data for the location for outgoing telephone call to Daddy-O at 138. So it shows the call going to him, but not from him. Is that what you're saying?
Nothing in her phone extraction shows Derek calling when he gets there.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure while I'm looking through this.
Texting, where are you? Where have you been? There is none of that in Libby's phone extraction.
Well, this says sms.db. SMS
His text does come through at 4:33 a.m.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't come in until
4:33.
Well, that's why I wonder, was the phone, because I know that she got some of them. Was it off? Was it because it was water damaged? And so like it was, self-preservation mode.
Was
and
it water
turned off?
damaged?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like these are the only things I can think of are if that was the case, I feel like they still somebody should have documented that somewhere. And the fact that it's not tells like, why would you not document that? But Bunner plugged it right in and it seemed to fire right up. So it didn't behave like a phone that had water damage when they got it on the, what was it, the 15th?
Nobody put down that there was
And
water
there was
damage.
and we got pictures of the screen. Normally a water damaged phone, like the screen's all wonky. If it had been water damaged and then had remained off until they got it, the phone screen would still look like it. You know how when a phone gets water damaged, like part of the screen looks like it's almost wet because it hasn't dried out underneath yet. And then part of it is a little brighter than the rest. Like it's not even. So that's what a water damaged phone would look like. But even in the pictures that Bunner presented during trial, we have the pictures of the phone itself. It doesn't look dirty. It doesn't look damaged. It doesn't look glitchy. And when you look at the information from that day, it is behaving as if all is well. But yeah, in this, it just says call. This is just hers. I think on my timeline, I included it just from the interviews, but now I'm looking at the phone data one. Yeah, it doesn't come in at all until 4:30. And it's only the 2 text messages. One says, "Where are you?" The other says, "Call me." And those are the only 2 at all. Except for when she calls him. That's crazy.
Right. Mm-hmm. So a couple people in chat wanted to know what Fred Coghill looked like. He passed away in 2018. He was 92 years old.
Oh, wow.
So just a heads up for that one. That's what he looked like. Even though the pointy nose kind of goes with that, but
does anybody know?
He looks like the dude. He looks like the dude from Up.
Yes, he does. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I was thinking the same thing. Okay, so there was that one. And then Carrie wanted to know if Becky Patty and Kathy Shank are friends.
I mean, I think they are now, but I don't know if they were back then because she was living in Florida at the time.
But she did live there before.
Do you know how long before?
Forever.
Like she'd always been there and then like was in Florida for like a year or 2 years.
I don't remember. I don't
either.
I don't remember. Okay,
so wait, they did an extraction
on
on Derek's phone. Did anybody at least look at his to check his call log to see if he even made those calls?
No idea.
Interesting.
I don't have an answer for that. So,
Lord. Big J said she said that she was friends with the family.
Right, but the problem is that now because it's been so many years, everybody's like, "Oh, we've been friends forever."
Yeah.
And it's okay. Were
like
you
they might have been acquaintances.
Like, were you friends before the murder or were you friends after the murder? Like that's the real question.
Like, did you know who each other was before the murders and then actually got to know each other after? Because I wouldn't be surprised if they at least knew who each other was, but that doesn't mean you actually are like actual friends with someone. Sticky note Shanks.
Okay, so before we move on to the rest of the day, well, kind of what we know about the rest of the day, can we talk about the truck and the motorcycle? All eyes. Can you talk about that? I have to run to the restroom.
Yes.
So I sent you a skip in chat.
Is he still in here?
What? Yeah, he's in here. He just said the vehicle was a white Saran.
Sedan.
208. I don't know if that was supposed to be sedan, but Saran seen at 208. DP was seen on the bridge at 155. Who else's time matches that as well as her car? So if you want to talk about while he's in here, the van.
The vehicle was
gosh darn it.
Seen
the white truck and the motorcycle.
It did mean sedan.
Okay.
I'll
be right back.
The sedan at 208. Are you talking about on the Sandifer footage at 208? Hang on, let me copy and paste this so I don't lose it when I go back to the other thing.
Oh, that would be interesting if he's not talking about the one on the Sandifer footage.
That's what I'm trying to check. Hang on. Okay, hang on. What is this? Let me go back to this. Okay, the vehicle was a white sedan seen at 208. Was it seen at 208 on Hoosier Harvestor or on the Sandifer footage?
Or somewhere else.
Yeah. Hang on.
The one seen on the private drive, so the Sandifer one.
Right. Okay, so we were talking about this a little bit last night, but we tried to cut it off because we were trying to stick to just the other types of Q&As. But the thing about the one at 208 is we were trying to figure out if that could have been Teresa Liebert's car or if they were taking that drive around town in Liebert's truck like they had been in the morning. So we haven't clarified if that, like what they were driving. We know they drove around town sometime between 1 and 2 around that time. It could have been a little earlier, could have been a little later. That is interesting if because the only person we know of that did have a white sedan that day other than Kelsey was Cheyenne. But the thing she's talking about, the motorcycle, let me find that tab. I just pulled it back up. These are, I don't know if they're local to Delphi, but it's the Scott and Aaron LaFond. And there's Scott and Aaron were apparently on the trail on the 13th. I don't know what time, but these messages are the father. I don't know who he's speaking to. It just says, it's exhausting. We told them about the man that talked to us on the trail that day. They made a sketch of him and released it first. He had to have been the killer. The first sketch that was released was Old Bridge Guy. And the person says, can't they eliminate you with DNA? And he says, like, I believe so. They sure ask everybody that was there that day to give DNA, like a few days after the murders. That was like 2 years ago, too. They kept telling me somebody seen my motorcycle parked by the CPS building at like 3 something. It wasn't me, and I didn't see any other motorcycles when I left. And I believe the LaFonds are from Delphi, but I'm not positive. I don't really have any other context for
What's his
that.
name?
Scott and Aaron LaFond. There's
LaFond.
Yes, and there's pictures of them at, let me see. I don't know if these are from, Dave McCain at one point posted a picture of them, and they're building one of the benches at the trail. So they do seem to be somewhat local to Delphi, but I don't really know who they're speaking to in this conversation. I just know that Scott LaFond is having this conversation. They said that they talked to a man while they were out there. He would have been on his motorcycle, and somebody said they saw his motorcycle specifically by the CPS building around 3 something. But he thinks whoever he saw was the killer, and he apparently was one of the people who contributed to the Sarah Carball sketch.
Okay, say that again. Where did he supposedly see this person, and who are we talking about?
This is Scott LaFond still.
Okay, Scott LaFond, who says he was out there, but we don't know what time.
Right. Here, I put it in the chat earlier, but let me relink it just so you can have it handy. Hang on, let me make sure there's no identifying stuff in here. I don't think there is. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through because there's pictures attached to it of the people of the father and son. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to double check it.
Is it Aaron like Aaron?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay.
But I don't know if I spelled it that way to label this conversation or if that's how it actually is spelled.
It's Hawaii is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is. Even in whatever this is, Eagle Scout Project, it's spelled Aaron.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah. But one of these pictures in this little compilation is posted February 14th, 2017. And I don't think it's Monon High Bridge, but maybe it is, but they're by a bench and it looks like it could be the trail area. I don't know if they're part of the search or if they're fixing a bench while they're out there searching, but the date on it says February 12th on one, but then Dave McCain posts it on the 14th. I don't know. You can look at it and see if you can help me figure out any more.
Okay, so he's saying he was there, but he left before 3. So that can't be his motorcycle.
So was there a second one? Or did the person who reported that just have the time wrong? Kind of like in the CAD report, there's somebody calls later that evening and says they saw a group of girls running through and then they sat in the middle of the road around 1 o'clock. But that is a very different time than Betsy Blair actually saw the girls or said she saw them. So was there somebody else that also saw a group of kids running across? I don't know.
The only one I remember is Kay Weber had said in a Facebook post that she had told Libby before not to be on her property.
Now I'm talking about the CAD report. Let me see.
I think I actually have that up. Let me see.
I can probably find it sort of. Let me see. I made a more searchable one.
Okay.
Let me see. I'll put that in the chat in case you just want to use. Hang on. What time was that?
Hi, ATS. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Okay, let me see.
Okay, received a text advising. Oh, wait, no, that's. Hang on. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Okay, blank called.
What time?
Let's see, at 22:36:50. It's redacted. Called and advised she was traveling southbound on the Heartland around 1 p.m. She had went under the bridge, and there were 4 kids, possibly all girls, running the left southbound lane. They were all in sweatshirts. They ran to the Main Street exit turn, and one sat in the middle of the road. The others pulled her up off the ground, and they started walking southbound. CP advised one looked like to be wearing a big coat.
This is Betsy Blair, in my opinion.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because when we first saw this
No, it's not.
out into the wild,
No.
I asked, I'm like, "Is that Betsy?" And they said if it had been Betsy, they would have not redacted her name. But because this name had not been put out into the public, it was redacted.
Do we know who it is?
I don't.
Yeah.
But that was the answer I was given when I asked if it was Betsy.
I do, and it's 100% not Betsy Blair.
I see. I thought it was Betsy. So when I read that, I just immediately went to Betsy. So.
And that couldn't have been the girls walking towards, because from Bree Wilbur's Snapchat picture, they were on Freedom Bridge walking towards Monon at 12:25, and they didn't leave because the bench picture is not till 1:26, so they wouldn't have been leaving either. So there's another group of girls literally around 1 o'clock. I don't know what time. I mean, it sounds to me like they're leaving, so they might have been there a little bit earlier, like an hour earlier, which might match up with another potential witness who was out there who arrived around noon and saw a group of girls who were acting weird, according to his wife. I would think this is I would describe this as a kids acting weird if I was talking to my husband. I'd be like, I don't know what they were doing. They're acting weird. I probably would have said they're acting.
Yeah, they were acting weird.
Yeah.
They're just running around acting weird.
But I mean, he might not have seen them while they were doing this stuff, but if that's what they were doing at 1 p.m., they might have also been doing something weird at 12 p.m.
I realized it can't be Betsy because this person
right,
traveled
because she
southbound
was
anyway. I just when I just thought about it, yeah, it can't be Betsy. So she's traveling southbound on the Hoosier Heartland.
Everything about this irritates me because there's already been a trial and we are still like, what the fuck, to like so many different, like every hour that people are on the trail.
Southbound lane.
just like endless questions.
That's interesting.
And let me see if I have it in here. The one where the lady's talking about her daughter or stepdaughter also being out there. Here it is.
That's interesting. I don't know why. I just totally was like, okay, that's Betsy Blair with the 4 kids.
And also there's someone in the discovery map named Nicholas Zopp. And I only found one thing for him from like online. It doesn't have a, I think I only found his, let me make sure this is not restricted. Let me make sure it's set. Okay. But I guess he could be a contender.
I'm still not convinced that this isn't the 4 girls.
Well, right, but except for the time frame, because they had already, she's taken a picture as they cross Freedom Bridge at 12:25, and then they're at Monon High Bridge at 12:43, and then they're back at the bench about to leave at 1:26. So even if they would have had to have gone from Monon High Bridge all the way over to Old State Road 25 Bridge, and then back to the bench, and then left in order to be where this lady's saying they are.
Or sure, timing's wrong.
Well, yeah, there's also that, because she called it could have been closer to 1:30, but that's why I was hoping it was Betsy, because then we could be like, oh, well, the times are just wrong. But it's not Betsy. And the time could still be wrong, but we have no way of knowing that. The one I just sent in the private chat is for the Nicholas Sopp. He's the person that was
thumb drive, Matt.
To what?
That's from the thumb drive, Matt?
Yeah, but it has a picture of him. And he kind of reminds me of Max Snowberger a little bit, the way he looks. Like he's kind of a young kid, but
I want to answer this in chat really quick. He never self-reported that he was there from 1 to 3. I just want to make sure that that's extremely clear.
Yes, he said he was there around 12 and he stayed about an hour. And when he was trying to pick a time that he would have left, he was like, I don't know, 1:30, depending on what time I got there, because I stayed about an hour. He didn't have a set time. He just remembered that he left his mom's house around 11:15, which means he would have gotten back home to stop by to grab a jacket or a sweatshirt. He couldn't remember which. And that would have been around noon.
Right. So Dan Doolin wrote in his report, when he talked to him, he said that he was there between 1 and 3. Between 1 and 3. This is like one of my huge points of like issue that I've always taken with this Dan Doolin thing, is because he's not on camera actually doing this interview, we don't know what Dan Doolin asked him. Hey, were you out at the bridge between 1 and 3? And he says yes. So Dan Doolin writes down was at the bridge between 1 and 3. Because if I ask you if you're at the bridge between 1 and 3 and you are still there at 1:15 or 1:30, your answer is yes.
Well, the reason I don't think Doolin was the initial person who wrote that, because this information was received by Jerry Holman on the 16th. Jerry Holman is this tip, or the lead sheet was created by Alexis Lucas, but it was received by Holman, and it says Rick Allen Whiteman was at the trails Monday between maybe 1 and 3. He advised he did see 3 young females, and that's all it says. That was when he went up there to talk to them, because they were like, you're gonna have to come back or we're gonna have to contact you. All they wrote down, he might have said more than this, but they were just writing his information down first so that they could contact him. They're like, oh, he's here. We need to contact him because he said he was there that day. So they knew it was important to call him because he said he was there, but they didn't actually get specifics. They were like, maybe between 1 and 3. And it's because somebody received this and they're like, what was he? Okay, we'll just call him and find out. But when Doolin follows up with them, he didn't really get a clear time either. But if you also remember, Richard Allen said he saw an SUV and a sedan parked at the farmer's entrance because he went to the overlook bench, which is right at the trail split with a direct line of sight to Mears' lot. He said he sat there and he noticed 2 cars right there at the Mears. And Doolin turned, I saw 2 cars at the farmer's entrance to, he said he parked at the old Farm Bureau building, which Liggett then turned into, I bet he meant the old CPS building. And Richard Allen didn't say any of those things. These are all like, it just kept evolving. And that's kind of what happened with his time frame as well. And nobody corrected it. And then when they bring him in and he tries to correct it, they act like he's the one lying about it when he never reported that. They all documented it this way. And it's very frustrating because once they made him the suspect, they can make anything he said that doesn't match their theory look suspicious because they already assume he's guilty, even though instead of realizing, oh, we got something wrong, they're like, oh, it's confirmation bias.
Do you have that Orion tip sheet handy? I thought I had it up still, but I don't.
Let me see.
I have to have it right here somewhere.
This is the original one before it was, before they wrote phone information sent to ISP. Why is this not letting me copy it? Hang on.
Skip, I still want to know why Baldwin, in his opening statement, told the jury they were going to hear from Daniel Pearson, and then they never called him. I can't.
I don't. I remember that we thought that, but I don't. When I went back and looked at his opening statements, it kind of sounded that way, but I don't think that's what he actually said. Hang on, let me pull that up. Let's see, opening.
You're going to hear from.
He also said we were going to hear about his phone information, and we didn't. Let's see, defenses.
Yeah, so here he says, Rick Allen Whiteman, like an idiot, was at the trails Monday between maybe 1 and 3. He advised he did see 3 young females.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I found it.
And that's from Alexis Lucas putting it in there.
Well, they created the actual file, but the information was received by Holman. And if Holman had been the one, like he would have had to have been the one who approved it for further follow-up, or he was the person standing at the front who took the information and then he turned it over to the Lucas person. And they actually, because they had all these people who were typing everything in for them. None of them did any of their own work. Kathy Shank was going in there and clearing people on behalf of Jay Harper, on behalf of this person. So it's kind of hard to know if Holman was the one who spoke to him face to face and received the information.
Why the fuck would anybody be trusting this volunteer lady, Kathy Shank, to be doing any part of their fucking job? I will never understand that. I don't want anybody touching my shit. You're not going to touch my shit.
Even if they do, I'm going to redo it.
Well, don't go in there and clear my stuff, because now I'm accountable for the fact that this person's been cleared, and I don't even know if I ever fucking cleared them. And now Kathy's saying she did it on behalf of me. And is there any proof of that damn conversation? Where's the conversation that I said, Kathy, go ahead and clear so-and-so?
Okay, I found the statement he made in opening statements. Okay, so he said, this is Baldwin. As an additional piece of evidence that you will have to show that the girls weren't there on the 13th, is there anything else? Yes, Jerry Holman will tell you that from where the girls were found to the bridge, you can hear voices. And around the time that their theory is Richard Allen abducted the girls, there would be people walking on the bridge. 4 people. You'll hear from them. Daniel Pearson, Shelby Hicks. I don't think he was saying you'll hear from all of them. I think he was, the way he worded it was, he's trying to say these are the 4 people who were there, but we only heard from Shelby and Cheyenne, because he also says Shelby Duncan, and she didn't testify either.
Why not?
And it says 2 of them went to the end of this bridge, where it's really
maybe because they were with each other.
I'm not sure, but the way he words it is kind of like he's either just naming the 4 people that were present on the trail when Libby's phone is at least still active. But I'm it's kind of word salady in this portion is kind of my point.
He probably wasn't going to bring both.
Or he subpoenaed them and then changed his mind.
Well, you don't want to bore the jury. If they were going to say the same exact thing, I was with so-and-so and I did exactly this, like there's really no point in that.
Oh, I need to bring up Shelby's testimony too, so we can also get to the Amish country thing.
Okay, so hold on. Were you thinking then, All Eyes, that Doolin only writes down between 1 and 3 because that's what's from this tip? That's what's from the Orion tip that he's out to follow up on?
Well,
Like
Doolin is also not the first person to say the 3 girls. Like the reason, I think it was in his testimony where he's like, well, no, that was the thing that was, like when you send something forward, you're like, okay, follow up on this information. It was like, who were the 3 girls on Freedom Bridge? That was when he pulled up this lead sheet, which makes me think there's one of these, because, we have this one, and then we have the other version where it says lead cleared. I think there's another version somewhere that we didn't get to see, but it would have had the stuff for Doolin to follow up on. But yeah, Doolin says between 1:30 and 3:30, and that's because when they ask Richard Allen, he explains it as, well, yeah, maybe between 1 and 1:30, but he's like, you can tell in the interview, he corrects him. He's like, no, that was for the time I left. He's like, it would have been around 1 or 1:30, and then he clarifies, depending on what time I got there. And they were like, no, I think they were trying to like talk him into
that he got there at 1.
Yes, and he's like, no, because then when they say maybe closer to 3:30, he's like, no, that's way too late.
Okay, so this is a great point, though, that Holman, this Orion tip supposedly comes in via email, and in Holman's deposition, he states he doesn't actually deal with tip emails.
Well, no, they got his email address because they got his phone number and all of his contact information. So he gave everything they asked for, but him and I don't know if it was Kathy went with him, but they went to the sheriff's station to report it. Like he went in there and they were like, no, we're going to have to call you because we're busy.
You think this is like source of information means like the contact method was here's his email?
They got all of his they got his, I don't know if it's because
that's usually how you're received. If it's a memo.
He didn't email it though, because even in the Frank's memo and his interview, he says he went up there. I think they entered it incorrectly, just like the time. They entered a lot of things incorrectly, which is the frustrating thing.
Well, they could have been given that via email. Like Tony, let's say Kathy took it from him and then emailed it to wherever this, you know what I'm saying? Like took it from him in person.
Right, but in his interview, he says they went up there. Like he states, we went to the sheriff's office. And then in the Frank's memo, they even say that he called the tip line. And for me, I think, well, he probably wouldn't have said I went to the sheriff's office because he said we, as in me and Kathy. Like they went up there just to report the information because she apparently told him, hey, they announced a tip line. And so they just went up there. But instead
I don't think she went. According in that interview we just read through, I don't think she went. I don't think she went with him.
Hang on, let me pull up his because I have the transcript.
From the vet, when they were interviewing her at the vet. You'd have to double check that, but I think she says, I think that he contacted them and then they met him somewhere. So I don't think she did.
Well, that's because he tried and they turned him away. But that's the other problem. I think there's something in here missing because there would have, like Doolin in his thing that made it into the warrant, it says follow up. Who were the 3 girls on the bridge? That was not Doolin's saying y'all should find out who the 3 girls on the bridge. That was what he was directed to follow up on. And that's why he did talk to Mr. Allen.
I see what you're saying. I see exactly what you're saying. And I'm not
part of me thinks that is one of the things that was lost. Do you know what I mean? Because maybe because we've heard all these different versions of what happened with the tip narrative. We have one version that's just the initial one. Then we have the one where it's cleared. We have Doolin's report, but there's in my opinion, there's one that is missing some information that a bunch of people testified to, but where's that in any of these? And I think it's because I don't know if there's a thread or if I don't know. If it were me, I'd be looking to find out. Cause in my mind, I'm like, that's something, there's a piece here missing. So I would at least go look, but I can't obviously. So it just is going to drive me crazy instead. Hang on. 290, I think is the one with the transcript.
Okay. So
what he says.
Then how does Rick not see Riley's group at the bridge at 12:43 or Betsy doing her loop if he was sitting on the overlook bench? He saw nobody after the Freedom Bridge, his own words. My struggle with that is because none of them saw each other. None of these groups of people saw each other. Like the four girls never saw Betsy. And
Betsy
they were
looked
out there.
around it twice, the entire thing twice, and didn't see these girls
They don't
until
see
she's
these
driving
girls
under the bridge.
to come back after pooping.
And even though they had already left.
Right. So she never sees them. And then you have like, and those group of four girls never saw Betsy. So I'm like, and then you have like this whole weird thing that we were just talking about with like the Daniel Pearson and the flannel shirt guy and David Riley. So why doesn't flannel shirt guy see David Riley? Why doesn't David Riley see flannel shirt guy?
Why doesn't David Riley see Betsy Blair?
And that's the
And vice
reasoning
versa.
that they used against
David
Richard
Riley.
Allen. They're like, well, how come Richard Allen didn't see Bridge Guy if he was there? And it's like, well, first of all, he didn't say he was there when you're saying he was there. So that's probably the main reason. But
So they're
even
two things. They either all saw each other and they're lying about it, or it's very possible to be out there on these trails and not run into each other.
Well, especially if you're on an overlook bench and your back is facing the main trail and you're looking at your phone, you might not see somebody who walked behind you.
Or if Bridge Guy actually came from the south side of the bridge.
Also that. I found the thing in the transcript from his interview with Mullen.
That's my whole thing.
He says, I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days, but shortly after they were asking for anybody that was there to come in. So I went down. I got home from work and my wife said, they want to talk, because I had obviously told her that I was there. And she said they want to talk to anybody that was down there if they have any information. I don't know how much, but I obviously will go down. So we went down to the sheriff's station, and I don't remember who it was came out and talked to me and said that he would get my name and information. And then I was driving downtown for something. And I know that I remember he called me when I was in the car because I pulled over and talked to him. It was a DNR officer. And he asked me if I could come down and talk there or if I want to meet somewhere. And I don't remember how or why. I think they were really busy, obviously crowded probably. So I was heading down to it was a Save-A-Lot parking lot down there. And I told him I would just meet him there if that was okay. So he came down and we talked, and he looked at my phone, took my phone information, and I think he took the battery out and everything, and he got all the information off of it. But he says in this portion at minute mark 22:58 that we went down there. We went to the sheriff's station and somebody came out and talked to him.
Really quick, just in chat, I just want you guys know I don't care what people think. I don't care if they think he's guilty. I don't care if they think he's innocent. More people who want to learn and find information and look at the documents and things like that. I don't care what people believe on innocent or guilty. You are always welcome in my chat. I have one rule, and it's literally just don't be an asshole. So if you believe he's guilty and you still want to learn stuff, by all means, you are welcome here. So I don't want anybody in chat telling people just because they think he's guilty not to be here. Please don't do that. Because if people are willing to learn, no matter what their outcome on their opinion is, let them get the info.
Yeah, I don't care if people think they're guilty, as long as they don't care that I still have questions I would like some answers to.
Right.
Like if they got all their questions answered, then I hope that brings them
Well,
all
if
the
they had all
comfort
their
in the
questions
world.
answered, I don't know why they'd be here. So
That's
I don't
right.
think that's
True,
true.
but like I do
he's
not find the same
care.
comfort in what we got at trial and all of these unanswered questions. I don't have the same comfort that they do in it. And so like if you think he's guilty, that's your opinion. I don't though. And I have questions. And I was promised that I was going to be blown away at trial. I was going to get all these answers. Just wait. You're going to feel so stupid. You're going to get all these answers. Now I actually have more questions. So let me just get to them. And if they're right, just let me get to it. Let me work my way to it. Because I just have questions.
I want to be clear. Like, I don't care what people think. If you have questions and we can answer them, by all means, we'll do it. Like, I don't want people fighting in chat about that. That's always been a thing with me. Your opinion on a case is not what makes you welcome or not welcome, ever, for any case I ever cover. I just care about figuring out the truth.
That's right, because I do have questions, and these things drive me crazy. And the problem the reason I think it's important to get the answers to these is we're not ever going to get every answer to every question we have. I don't even expect that. But the main ones, we should have answers to the most basic ones. Like, what happened to the girls? Did they cross the creek or not? And that kind of goes into the stuff about him going to the sheriff's office and then meeting with Doolin. That was just a few days after this happened. Doolin took his phone apart. His phone should have been water damaged too. If they all crossed the creek, why didn't he get a new phone a couple of days after? Why was he giving it to Doolin if it was a water damaged phone. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
Oh
if it's
yeah,
a
how
water-
did his
if it's a
phone?
Would have had
water-damaged
always on
phone,
his
how's he doing
hand.
how's he doing an extraction on a water-damaged phone
And
like that
also,
with that
like,
equipment?
how do you do this to two girls when Libby is, both the girls are the same height as this man, but Libby was in better shape. She was an actual swimmer. Both of them were in sports. They both were in way better shape than him. He had a heart condition. And even if
And a
he
smoker.
had somehow, yes, and a smoker. And if you're dragging around these large branches, one of those branches is taller than he is, you're going to have scratches on you. Those are going to be
Also,
on
if
your
he-
hands.
if-
Doolin was right in front of him. He didn't have any notation of bruises, scratches, or anything. And neither did Kathy. No, she didn't notice anything. Like, if my husband's hands were scratched up, I'd be like, what happened to your hands? I would have remembered that. I'd be like, what did you
How are
do?
you doing? What happened
Yeah.
to your hands? And
She's
then I
like,
find
no,
out
he's
that night that you're out at the bridge, and then I see a video, and it looks like you, and I see, and you're telling me that you met these weird girls. Like, I mean, then
and people who say she's
I'm
in
gonna
denial,
have
that
to-
bothers me too, because in the 1026 interview, you can tell she's not afraid to question him. They got in her head. They told her witnesses identified him. They didn't. Experts had them, and they said they had ballistics. There wasn't a shooting. It was tool mark analysis. But they presented all this stuff saying this about her husband, and she did believe them. She was not afraid to, like, the first thing when she gets in there, she's like, they said they have this. Like, she's not afraid to challenge him. She really did consider it truthfully. But then when she finds out the stuff they told her was not what they told her it was, I don't blame her for standing her ground and for being mad. I would have been fuming had somebody put that stuff in my head and I believed them because they were officers and you should be able to trust what they say. But they read technique. She wasn't a suspect and they used the read technique on her as well. That also bothers me. But my point is, like, there's all these things. Had she noticed something was wrong, she has demonstrated her ability to look at him with skepticism just to be sure. So she would have done it back then too when he told her he was at the bridge. If he had any kind of injuries, even if he didn't get in a whole knockdown, drag out fight,
right.
You cannot even do yard work without getting scratched up.
I can hardly do anything at all.
So, like, he's meeting with an officer. He doesn't notice it. The wife doesn't notice it. The coworkers don't notice it either. He goes back to work. Nobody notices any of these things in all of these different settings. This is not what it looks like to find the suspect. This is what it looks like to turn a witness into a suspect.
Okay, so here is All Eyes for You. Here is your LaFons.
Okay.
Someone paid $5 to see the Brad Holder video. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they did. Let me get that next. I'm trying to go back through all these screens that I
Sorry,
had open.
I know.
Okay, which one?
I have way
These
too many
people-
tabs open.
If you
Yeah,
all make me
okay.
come down into that chat, I'm going to start booting people.
Oh,
So stop
yeah.
it.
Oh, I stopped looking. Are people getting rowdy?
Well, it's just because there's people who think he's guilty, and I mean,
Well, that's
it is.
I mean,
fine.
I do agree with some people that when you keep asking the same question over and over again, it does feel disingenuous. I understand where people are coming from 100%.
Yes, but they
Um,
could give us the answer and then we'll stop because that's really the solution here. If that's driving them crazy.
Yeah, I'm not.
And
reading
that's kind
all
of my
that,
point with
so
the
I don't
families.
know.
They did the
I just-
families no favors by not answering these questions and doing follow-up. That is that it's designed to catch them or clear them. Because if they are something that needs to be caught, then good, you catch them. And if not, you have something to give these families to defend themselves with. But they didn't even do that. That's why you have to answer these questions, is so that people can actually move forward. But when something this bad happens and there's all these questions that need to be answered, this is going to continue until the state actually proves their case, and they have not done that yet.
Right.
Oh, I hate this video.
Okay.
Did you even make sure this is right? I told you I couldn't see it. I couldn't watch it
No.
while I was
Well,
on
It
what do
it.
you
looks
right
like
now?
it.
We're gonna find out.
Oh, that was a good one.
What kind of haircut do you have, Karen? I mean, I get a piss you off.
Mm.
You don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
America is a nation.
Does this hat trigger you?
He's so gross, man.
He's
But that one, I can't. I just can't.
Yeah. Does this hat trigger you?
All of his posts. Oh God. I hate that one. I hate that one. It makes me so uncomfortable.
Imagine having the audacity to post that picture of yourself
Right?
on Facebook.
Like, who does that? Like, he doesn't have any friends to be like, dude,
Those are
no.
truck.
I
He
mean,
didn't send it privately.
I'm gonna piss you off.
Oh my
You
God.
don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you?
America is a
Lord.
Oh, I know, you guys. That's fine. Okay,
He's
so
such a
let's.
mess.
What else did we open that I never finished? I think I finished everything I had opened.
That's hilarious.
I think I did. I really don't even know anymore.
I don't even know if I did either, because at one point I just closed all the ones that weren't StreamYard because
I
there were
have
too
so
many
many.
and I couldn't figure out where I left off.
Well, I mean, so your LaFons are not too far.
Oh, that's right. Okay, LaFon.
LaFons, just FYI. They're right over here behind Unique Automotive, which is a whole nother suspect.
Okay, so did we figure out the thing from the Tina Garrison report? Oh no, were you reading from the transcript earlier when you were talking
hold
about
on.
the white pickup
Tina
truck?
Garrison. No, yes. Let me go to Tina Garrison. I have that. Yep. Hold on.
I think that's the only thing.
I think I have too much shit open now. That it's like
Yeah, I think the white truck is the only thing for me that I did want to.
okay.
So we kind of interrupted and then went live, and I'm like, wait, we got to go back to that though.
So if you guys were here yesterday, I'm gonna open your email. I won't be disappointed. Okay. Do you want me to open it right now, like on the live, like or is it something for me for later?
Sounds like they want you to open it now.
Yeah, yo. Okay, hold on. Let me finish this then. So remember we were talking yesterday. I'm like, I know that name, Tina Garrison.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know why I know that name, but I know that name. Well, here it is. So it was brought up in a filing from the defense team where they're talking about Tina Garrison's report. Rod Abrams is a friend of Elvis Fields, and in his statement to police, Rod Abrams testified, stated that at the time of the murders, Ned Smith drove a white pickup truck, and that also sometimes Elvis Fields drove a white pickup truck. Tina Garrison saw a white truck parked at the old CPS building near the Monon High Bridge Trail at approximately 4:20 p.m. on the day of the murders. The Tina Garrison report was tendered near the end of the day as an exhibit on August 1st of 2024, given that both Elvis Fields and his friend Ned Smith drove white pickup trucks. This potentially places them in Delphi near the scene of the murders on February 13th of 2017. Detective Kevin Murphy also testified that an analysis of Elvis Fields' cell phone records established that he normally used his phone and he didn't on the 13th. So this is how I knew that name, because she was mentioned in one of the older filings. So she apparently was there around 4:20 and saw a white truck parked at the old CPS building.
Yeah, and then in the supplemental volumes, remember when somebody paid $40 to get they thought they were going to get like actual exhibits, and it was just photocopies with handwritten notes describing different videos that were admitted, and they weren't actual exhibits.
Yeah, I have that right
There's
here.
one that says Rod Abrams, video 1, 9:15 and 18 minutes. Elvis drives white truck. And then they move into the Rod Abrams video 3. Elvis wore a hoodie with Carhartt jacket. But yeah, he mentions that Elvis drives white truck. And it's but the thing about that part of the filing that to me is gonna drive me crazy for other reasons is this report for Tina Garrison, according to the transcript where they were admitting the exhibit. On the top left-hand corner, it was dated September 21st, 2022, which is the same day that Kathy Shank supposedly finds this lost Orion tip, supposedly with Dan Doolin's report all about how Richard Allen parked at the CPS lot and his Ford Focus. And that's not a white truck that Tina Garrison's placing there.
So the white truck, though, then when we're talking about the Scott LaFond, is he saying he was there in his white truck?
No, I couldn't find that other thing where it was talking, and it was like a list of people. It was similar to that message with the LaFons, there was another thing that I can't find now where his name was included with a list of vehicles and a white truck was on there. And I've always been trying to figure out where it came, like where this list and then
Could it have been the thumb drive map?
I don't know. It wasn't on the thumb drive map because I don't think he was listed on the thumb drive map. But I did track down everyone else who was listed in there. But there's somewhere, and I don't remember if it was on Reddit, if it was one of somebody's drives, but it was a list with vehicles that were reported in the early days. And it even had the white vehicle with white paper plates. It had the white truck, but the LaFon's name was associated in this thing with a white truck. And it could have just been people trying to mix and match because on one of Amy's Vault Lives, she also pulls up a thing where Daniel Pearson, either him or somebody in his family had a white truck. And so it looks to me like they could have just been people back in the early days.
I mean, Nick has a white truck, doesn't he?
So, but still, like I've not been able to find clarification on whether or not they're saying he did have one or if they were trying to say maybe it could have been his, because for years people were just trying to make sense of all of the limited information that we had.
What color was the truck that was parked at the cemetery? Pat, whatever's name.
I think it was orange.
Okay, orange. Yeah.
I don't know if it was. I just remember.
Yeah, or I remember it now that you both said it.
When you look at the footage, I don't remember. I have a screenshot of it.
I have it. Yeah, it's Pat Brown's is an orange truck.
Is it? Okay.
Orange old pickup.
I just don't remember. I remember seeing it, but why do I think that one's a white truck? Okay, let me look it up because
there's probably several white trucks in the helicopter footage.
There is, but those are mostly along 300. Oh, that's the wrong one.
DP had a white truck.
Because at one point I went through that chopper footage and I put an individual pin for each vehicle that was there, and I've been trying to identify every single one of them. I have it on a Google Earth map. Let's see, but I thought I had a picture in this. Oh, I do, but it's dark mode.
So LaFond, the only thing we know about LaFond is that he says that he was
I mean, did him and his son ride his motorcycle there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
They could have.
Yeah, because I don't know how old his son was back then, or if maybe they met there.
Like 19 at that time.
David Riley had the red truck.
He has I was just going to put that.
Yeah. It was a red Honda Ridgeline. But
okay.
I know that Logan was reported to have a white truck.
Back in the day, though, Doug Carter in a press conference said they were looking for, maybe it wasn't a press conference, maybe it was an interview. Shit, I don't remember. He said they were looking for like a work vehicle that was parked by the CPS building.
Oh, I don't remember the work vehicle part.
Yeah, it was. Oh my gosh.
Let me see if I can.
It's like old info in my brain. Somebody in chat, help me.
Let me see.
It was an old work vehicle, and like people were like speculating that it was it was a van, like a plumber van, or if it was like a had to do with the fire department. They had said they were trying to identify a work truck that was parked at the CPS building. Oh, you guys want to hear what Sleuthy's mom said about the bird? Okay, yes. Hold on. I never got to finish that last night. Let me tell you. Anybody who missed the story about the bird, I don't know what to tell you. That sucks that you missed it. But Sleuthy got attacked by a bird a long time ago, and so she got scared and she ran away and left her son in the house. So she took off because she was afraid the bird came into her home. So she texts her mom, and she tells her mom, she's like, it built a nest in my wreath. And just now, when I opened the door to go get Ryan's gray blanket, it flew in the house. And then she said, I'm still shaking. It's out of the house now. And I put the wreath on the flag stand, and I'm not touching the nest or the eggs. And her mom says, it was in your door wreath? And Sleepy's like, yes. Her mom says, and it was on your door when they laid it?
Oh my God.
Sleepy says, yes. And her mom says, get the fuck out. And then Slindy says, I just removed the whole wreath and put it on the flag stand. There's like, yes, there's even mud at the top of my door from her packing it in mud to build it. And her mom says, how in God's name did you not see them making a nest? Damn. Slindy says, well, we saw a bird. It kept flying away for the past couple of days, but I didn't think it was in my wreath. It was a huge bird.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
Her mom says, wow, did Ryan make fun of you when you were running around with a bird out of his house? And she's like, Slindy's all, he's in bed. He wanted me to get his blanket. Oh my gosh. And then her mom's like, I could just imagine you. And Slindy's like, it's not funny. And then her mom's like, well, let's thank God you're still alive.
She's like trolling her.
And then Slindy's like, I don't know how people didn't come running.
Oh,
I had to use my inhaler. It's not funny.
that part is the funniest part about that whole story to me, is that she needed her inhaler when she was done.
Oh my God, have you calmed down? The best part was like, oh, thank God you're still alive.
I'm telling you, the owl pig thing is real. Like, if it would have met me on the stairs, I would have went down the stairs.
Well, we now know that it definitely wasn't that big of a bird because there are robin eggs.
Crow, no, absolutely not. I know I'm dramatic, but you will not tell me that that bird wasn't huge. It was huge.
She's missing the whole point. It was in the house.
Yeah, I didn't care if it was small.
Oh my God, I'm dead.
Teresa,
Okay,
have you read
the ending to a sleuthy story? Sorry. Okay.
So,
what do you have here?
Teresa? Teresa,
Yes.
have you read my roasts? My roast series?
No, I don't think so.
oh, I have. It's good.
Where is this at?
I'll tag you in it. Carry on.
Okay.
Real quick, I found one mention of the work vehicle, but it was on Web Sleuths. Oh wait, nope. It's on Truth Tellers. Hang on. About a work vehicle.
Oh, if you go back in all the old Facebook groups, oh yeah, I mean, you're gonna hear about a work vehicle all over the place.
Well, this one is from.
Yeah, tag us all in it. Tag us all in your roast series.
This is from April 13th, 2021. Somebody is replying to Doug Carter's statement about them looking. When he made a statement about the CPS building and the vehicle they were looking for, and someone said Ori had a work vehicle used by multiple shifts, but like that's the only thing I can find so far. Truth Tellers might have more. That's gonna drive me crazy now.
I'm muted. I was saying I'll find you some old screenshots of it too, because that was like a huge thing well before arrest. Like when I followed the case initially, that was a huge thing. Like everybody was looking for this work vehicle, and I don't remember. I cannot for the life of me remember who was in a press conference or if it was in an interview or something like that. But
well, this thread is from like something he said, and then people were discussing it, and that's where it came up in this context.
Okay. Brian Moss is the white truck on the 14th.
Remind me who Brian Moss is. Is he?
He's the guy with the dog.
The other one. Okay.
Yeah, that everybody always thought was the guy with the dog that the girls saw,
Mm-hmm.
that the other group of girls saw. And I'm like, no, according to Brian Moss, he wasn't out there until the 14th. So there's the article on him where he's like, somebody's talking to him and he's walking his dog. And he's like, yeah, I just came out here to, see what was going on and whatever. That doesn't mean that he couldn't have been there.
I forgot about that. He actually didn't know that all this stuff was going on until he got out there. He was like,
yeah, he went to walk
because
his
he normally
dog.
goes out there and he's like, I'm walking my dog, and then he sees this stuff and he's like,
Yes.
oh, and that's how he found out about it. I forgot about him.
Absolutely. So people are like, it's Brian Moss that was there the day before. I'm like, no, it's David Riley, but they wiped the internet of him so nobody knows about him. But Brian Moss very well could have been out there the day before. He says he wasn't, but I have no idea.
Yeah.
Did he say abandoned? He may have said abandoned in the press conference.
The old abandoned CPS building, I think he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. He meant to say abandoned car and then changed it to abandoned. Yeah, I do remember that.
I'll have to find you old screenshots. Like I said, that's from like early days of like looking into the case. Brian Moss, like I said, he says he was only out there the 14th. And his white truck is on the helicopter footage.
Okay.
So you can see him and his dog walking towards his white truck. But the problem is so now we're talking, there's just a ton of white trucks, but trying to figure out who had a white truck parked at the CPS building at 420. Now, does that belong to, do the Patties have a white truck?
Once you
Yeah.
get the searchers in there, it gets difficult. Like once you have people in there helping to search, I think it gets really just mud. I'm actually surprised there's not a ton of reports from like 4 to
Night, Tom,
7, 4 to 7 or so of a bunch of vehicles being down there.
Right, because that's my whole thing is like, so did,
No one saw the Patty vehicle? No
we
one
know that
saw.
the Patties are getting there at that time, and so is it one of
Well,
those?
they parked at Mike Patty on the 14th said he parked at the fire station, and then him and somebody got in the canoe, and then after they went all the way back to Riley Park, he caught a ride on somebody's four-wheeler because he didn't have his vehicle there.
Right.
Okay, I found a post from 4 years ago where someone says, has anyone seen a surveillance video from some building showing a small white panel work type truck in the area around the time of the murders? I saw it maybe a year ago, and now I can't find the video or anyone who saw it. Maybe I'm just tripping, which is quite possible.
That's probably
No, that's the construction thing.
Yeah, that's probably that little transit van, the little transit white van from because the construction that was being done at
that was at Indiana Packers.
Yeah, Indiana Packers was being live streamed onto their website, and so you could watch the construction happening. And there was a white transit van that had driven by.
Was it the person who reported the broken down truck, and it ended up being some guy who had his dad's truck, and he ended up being a registered sex offender, but like from another place. But he was who was that guy? Oh my gosh. She posted about it on Facebook about how she reported someone and she felt bad, but they ended up finding out it was not related to that, but it was that person had a white truck too, but it was off of Hoosier Heartland, like by Old State Road 25 in that general vicinity. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Who was that?
Well, I know that they talked about the broken down guy.
With the guy saying he was waiting for his dad or something.
Yeah. And he ends up getting picked up. But then you also have the guy with the backpack.
I don't remember that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I do remember them. I actually remember them saying they were looking for a backpack. Don't you?
Yeah.
I thought that was like a for instance, like somebody maybe hitchhiking, maybe he had a backpack, like they were trying to like get people's juices flowing.
I think all these people were caught on the Mears camera, and probably the Hoosier Harvest store, and so they were looking for them.
Well, everyone except for Bridge Guy, Sarah Carbon's on, but he wasn't seen by the camera or any of the. What was there, like 5 or 6 people at that point? No, I guess it was just Derek sitting in his car at that point. But Dave McCain. That's the thing. He wasn't seen leaving until 4:11, but Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan both
at
said
4. I don't think he was just sitting in his car at 4. Right?
Apparently, he was sitting in his car on the phone, talking like he was checking his phone. But Cheyenne said when her and Shelby Duncan came out, the old man they had seen that they had crossed paths with, he was sitting in his car on the phone. And I always wondered, did she mix him up with Derek? But they said it was the man they saw on the trail. He was sitting in his car on the phone. So Dave McCain would have been sitting in the car for a while.
Right.
Well, he didn't see that person either.
Well, then Cheyenne said that she saw a man and a woman in a car, and it looked like they were doing a drug deal.
No, that was the moped person, not in the car. That was the other person. Like in the early days, somebody told her maybe that was Tara and Derek because they knew Tara and Derek were out there. But she's like, no, that was not who. It ended up being not who they were. Like apparently, somewhere along the way, she was told it was Maya and Evan.
Okay, who was the channel that had? Does anybody remember? And hi, Digital. I don't know if I said hi to you, but it's good to see you. That had there was a whole channel about the LaFons being guilty.
Oh, I didn't know there was a channel for it.
I didn't either. That's what I'm trying.
Wondering if that's where the screenshot I have came from. Then
I'd love to know what channel that was.
Yeah.
You know who else had a white van?
Who's Sleuthy?
Brad Weber.
It's funny because right when you said that, who does this first?
Do you know what Brad Weber didn't have?
Half a toe. He's not missing the whole toe. You got to give him credit for the half
Oh
a
my
toe he's
gosh.
got.
I know the other thing I was going to ask, because I always mean to ask it every time Michael Osberg brings it up. But on the night of the 13th into the 14th, what time did his girlfriend hear the noise in the middle of the night? Like she thought somebody had like knocked over a trash can or something outside the house. Do you remember that?
I think she was confused. I don't.
Well, I know the report was Osberg was saying it as if the person who wrote the report was confused and thought that it happened on the 17th, but what she actually said, according to him, was that it happened on the 13th, not on the day that she actually talked to them, because he was also interviewed on the 17th, so maybe she was too, but the report was dated that day, but she actually heard it on the 13th.
So he was able. So you're able to. So where that information came from would have also included text messages with her and Brad Weber.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I just know he's brought it up in some chats, and I don't know what day or time he's actually talking about.
So I'm trying to tell you, it wasn't the
It wasn't the 13th.
No, and the reason that was figured out was because they would have been texting.
Oh.
And they were not together. And
what did they confuse it with? Like, who heard the noise?
What's funny is when that was originally so I don't think that she is the one that was confused about that day. I think that information somehow got put out as though that were the correct day.
Oh.
And then had to be corrected that was not the day.
Was it in a report or something? Or was it like put out by
no.
Tobe when he was saying like, yeah, we have DNA, just kidding, we don't.
I'm actually not even, we're talking about Brad Weber's girlfriend, right?
I believe so, but I'm only repeating what I think I remember Osberg saying, but I don't really understand what he was saying.
I missed that conversation. Are we talking about his ex or are we talking about his current?
I do not know. I just remember on one of
the one at the
lives
time
it came up, and I never got clarification on it. And
so the one at the time, I actually think she was the one at the time. I actually think she was pregnant at that time
with Brad's baby.
No,
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so who was the initial person to say that a noise happened at all, even if it was like, was it a law enforcement officer?
Maybe the noise that was heard was Brad Weber in the garage zapping his nipples with the machine he had set up in the chair. Maybe that was the scream.
I don't know, but that picture is the creepiest thing I've seen, and quite like out of all the pictures, like that picture bothered me more than any of the pictures we saw of Richard Allen's house. When you look at Richard Allen's garage, he had a kitty plushie on his stool bench. Brad Weber had like a torture chamber. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Nobody's gonna tell me that lone chair.
It is bizarre. Like, what was he doing in that
Teresa,
chair?
do you have it? Do you have it like that you get to quick for people that's never seen it before?
Probably not.
Bro, he had it had like jumper cables. It was like a little like semi-mobile jumper cable set that was hooked up to like a battery or whatever in a chair. There's a chair just sitting in the middle of the garage.
Hold on.
You gotta pull it up, dude.
Oh, I put it in the private chat in case you couldn't find it yet.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll use it there then. That's easier. Here it is.
It even had like a pressure gauge on it. Like that's how he could change the intensity.
This is so bad.
Right,
did you read what Carrie Sherry said, the things that you learned tonight? Okay.
Yes.
I want to make sure you guys read that. Here you go.
Okay. This is Brad Weber's garage, like right after the murders.
Right. We were trying
Look
to
at the
figure
chair.
out what is this?
So we zoomed in really far and we figured it out. And it is jumper cables. It is like portable jumpers. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think my husband actually had to come and tell us what it was. Some guy. It was definitely a guy that had to tell us.
It's 100% what it is, and it's right at the chair. I'm sorry, you're not going to tell me. Oh, woman, I think a woman thinks there's a better picture.
Woman wants the toe?
No.
Woman wants the toe.
You know, do you wonder if like he connected them to his toes and that's how he lost that tip of one?
And then Harshman goes over and they take his thumb.
Oh my god.
And then Brad goes over and they take
his wiener. He took his wiener.
This is escalated.
Oh my god.
Is someone going to figure out who the digit caper is?
Oh, somebody.
Who in Delphi is taking all the thumbs and thumb toes?
I mean, I feel like it's way too common there.
And if your pecker looks like a thumb, it's gone too.
It's got to. Your pecker looks like a thumb.
It's like the thumb fairy. The thumb fairy.
The thumb pecker. Oh fuck, I'm done, dude. Oh my
No,
God.
you got to read the roasts. I tagged you in them. So far we've done.
We still have so much more to go, but we're already 4 hours in, you guys. I got it, and it's late for you guys. I got it.
Oh my gosh, that is. I didn't even see it. That's why I don't have a
get in
clock
the
in
shower,
here.
and I can guarantee without me there, he's not.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this.
We've done Holman, Liggett, Gall.
The Delphi digit taker.
Can't think of who else.
Tell T to check her DM. Okay, got you. I got you, boo.
Thumb pecker.
Pucker is probably a better description.
Pecker thumb.
My DM. It was my DM on Twitter. No, what my DM where?
Facebook, maybe.
I already just checked there. Oh, Discord, maybe.
Oh, maybe. I'm glad you haven't read these yet.
Okay, no, I have not read
We'll
these.
know.
Okay. So, Pig Roast, the Twitter version. First up is Lieutenant Jerry Holman. Okay, and then I'm going to wrap it up over this because I have a video that I have to show. I have a video I have to show after this is done. So, this is actually perfect segue into my video.
Nice.
Okay, so Pig Roast, the Twitter version. First up is Lieutenant Jerry Holman, the Indiana State's Police walking midlife crisis with a badge. Bro looks like if a divorced dad who still calls himself a gym rat got force-fed donuts, num num num, for 20 years and then slapped on a Smokey Bear hat to hide the male pattern surrender on his dome. This is the guy who spent 5 years, quote unquote, investigating the Delphi murders like it was a fucking Sudoku puzzle he kept falling asleep on. He led the biggest circus in Indiana law enforcement history, leaked crime scene photos, let Odinist fan fiction clowns hijack the case. Couldn't find his own ass with both hands and a search warrant. There's no probable cause. Then finally stumbles onto Richard Allen in the most obvious place imaginable and acts like he just cracked the Zodiac. Jerry's the type of cop who shows up to a press conference looking like he just rolled out of a Super 8 after a 3-day bender on Monster Energy.
True. And like 7-Eleven hot dogs or something.
Nom, nom, nom. Man's face looks like a potato that lost a fight with a lawnmower and then joined the force for the dental.
Where's the lie?
He's not wrong. He talks like he's reading the Police Academy textbook out loud in his sleep. Every sentence dripping with that special brand of condescending Hoosier copium that says, quote, I definitely didn't fuck this up for half a decade. Trust me, bro. Dude couldn't investigate his way out of a wet paper bag unless the bag had a CVS pharmacy receipt in it, leading directly to his eventual suspect, who, reminder, literally voluntarily signed the fucking guest book at the trail the day the girls died. Jerry Holman, proof that in Indiana, elite investigator just means you can find the without GPS and still fit into your Class A uniform after 20 years of stress eating. You're an absolute legend at being a punchline with a pension. Go retire in Florida and yell at clouds. You magnificent walnut-stained disaster. The cornfields miss you already.
Oh, I forgot we did Nick too. Nick is on.
No.
We did. I can't believe I couldn't think that Nick was the one.
You did Nick too?
Gull. I did Nick, Gull, Liggett. You got. They're in the thread.
Oh,
You should
okay.
see the pictures of them. It should actually show me. Yeah, it does show up correctly. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Up next,
Oh,
prosecutor Nicholas McClelland, Carroll County's slimiest little prosecutor, come witch hunter. The man who looked at a short, bald, 5'4" CVS supervisor with zero criminal history and decided, yeah, that's
got
my
him.
worshiping ninja assassin who slaughtered the 2 kids in broad daylight without leaving a single drop of his DNA. Nick took the weakest sauce in Indiana legal history and still managed to fuck it up so spectacularly that even OJ's dream team was taking notes. 60 confessions? Bro, you kept a terrified suicidal man in solitary for 18 months. You fed him lies, you starved him, you drugged him, and had guards dressed like Odinist cosplayers screaming he was going to burn in hell for being a baby killer. Of course the poor bastard started saying whatever kept the demons away. That's not a confession. That's state-sponsored MK Ultra with extra steps and worse haircuts. This doughy, spray-tanned goblin spent 5 years doing literally nothing because actual evidence pointed exactly nowhere, then framed the one guy who had the misfortune of signing a conservation officer's logbook the day 2 girls died. Bullet match? Give me a break. Your own expert was literally afraid to show the jury photos of the fired and unfired rounds because she knew they didn't look alike. No DNA, no blood, no motive, no witness who could point him out as the person they saw that day. Just prison guards regurgitating info told to them by jailhouse snitches looking for a reduced sentence and a Little Caesar's pizza that they tasked with sitting at Rick's cell door and write in their notebook everything they claim he said and did. Nick's courtroom performance looked like a nervous groundhog trying to prosecute a murder while high on Ambien and Lutheran guilt. Every time the defense asked for actual discovery, he clutched his pearls. The man filed more gag orders than actual evidence. His closing argument was basically, look, he's weird and short and said sorry a lot on the phone to his mommy. Lock him up forever. Based like a thumb. Oh, fuck, that's not good. That's not good in Delphi. Based like a thumb that lost a fight with a tanning bed.
not with the thumb caper on the loose.
Right?
Debunked you, Nick.
We're going to find out how big a head is soon. Nick McClelland couldn't convict a ham sandwich unless he first waterboarded it into solitary and forced it to confess to being part of a secret sandwich cult. He railroaded an innocent man so hard the train derailed, caught fire, and is still burning in the Carroll County Courthouse parking lot, while Nick collects his Prosecutor of the Year participation ribbon and a lifetime supply of Just for Men touch-up grease. Absolute disgrace, in a suit, 2 sizes too small. Go home, Nick. The only thing you've ever successfully put behind bars is the concept of justice itself. You're not a prosecutor. You're a fucking cautionary tale with a law degree from an online seminary. Richard Allen is innocent, you malignant little gremlin. And the whole country now knows Carroll County elected a prosecutor who would sell his own soul for a headline. Too bad Satan already foreclosed on it.
Ugh, look at him.
You did Tony Liggett, too.
Look at his picture.
That is an amazing picture.
Ugh. He looks like he's wearing one of those disguise things with the nose and the mustache attached.
It's crooked on his face.
I bet you it has
off.
no lenses.
It's falling off. Everybody push it back up. Push it. Push it back over.
Put the emoji in. Somebody put the emoji in the chat. That's what he looks like.
This is on Sleuthy's Twitter, you guys. So up next is Sheriff Tony. I was too busy arguing on Twitter today to even read. So Sheriff Tony Liggett, Carroll County's own walking bucket of lukewarm mayonnaise and a cowboy. This man looks like the final boss of every rural Indiana Cracker Barrel. 300 pounds of fried pork tenderloin stuffed into a polyester uniform that's been screaming for mercy since 2018. Tony's the guy who led the Delphi investigation like a blindfolded toddler leading a conga line through a minefield, spent half a decade being a fly on the wall, seemingly identifying no suspects, when suddenly an old lady receptionist pulls out of a dusty drawer the name of some guy, Rick, who likes CVS and walking around on unseasonably warm days like everybody else, and he decides that he has to be bridge guy. Brilliant police work, King. Did you check the trail cam footage or research companies who could identify the male DNA on the private parts of two dead girls? Or were you too busy posing for campaign photos with a dipshit cup in one hand, or dipshit cup in one hand, and a corn dog in the other? No. This is the sheriff who put Richard Allen in solitary for 18 months, fed him through a slit in the door like Hannibal Lecter, then acted shocked when the poor bastard started confessing to shit he saw on H and Aliens. Tony, you absolute ham planet. That's not an interrogation technique. That's how you make a man lose his fucking mind so you can close a case before the next election cycle. Man's neck disappeared sometime around the Clinton administration and never bothered coming back. His jowls have their own gravitational pull. Every time he talks, it sounds like a garbage disposal gargling gravy. Slow, wet, and vaguely threatening. Tony Liggett couldn't find his own asshole with a flashlight, a mirror, and a detailed diagram drawn by the entire Indiana State Police. Yet somehow he's the top cop in the county where two little girls got murdered in broad daylight, and the best theory he had for 5 years was to go with what the receptionist says. Go retire to your bass boat in your above-ground pool, you magnificent sweating monument to rural incompetence. The only thing you'll ever successfully hunted is the buffet line at Golden Corral. Leave law enforcement to people who can see their own belt buckle without a search warrant. No probable cause. Carroll County's shame has a name, and it's whatever the fuck is currently stuck on Tony Liggett's neck hole. Oh my God. This is just so much. It's fucking mayonnaise. I can't even get over the fact you called him mayonnaise.
Is that it?
No, you said you have goals.
Oh, goals. Okay, she's last. Walla's going to be next, I think.
Oh my God. Dude, this is so fucking hilarious. I don't even know how I missed this. I'm crying. Okay, up next. Oh, Judge Fran Gohl, the iron-fisted grandma of Indiana's bench, presiding over the Richard Allen Delphi clusterfuck, like she's auditioning for a sequel to The Handmaid's Tale, meets CSI Cornfield Edition. This hag's been slinging gavels for nearly 30 years, but her handling of the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German, it's like she took Justice is Blind and cranked it up to Justice is blackout drunk and humping the prosecution's leg. Picture this. Two little girls get slaughtered on a hiking trail in 2017, and it takes cops 5 goddamn years to pin it on local CBS manager Richard Allen. Enter Fran, swooping in like a vulture in sensible heels, sealing every document tighter than her asshole after a bad chili cook-off. She's got the whole case under wraps for months, turning public records into a state secret while the media circle jerks over scraps. Nothing says fair trial like treating evidence like it's the nuclear codes. Bro, even the Indiana Supreme Court had to slap her wrist and reinstate Rick's lawyers after she tried to boot them for negligence over a leaky office that wasn't even their fault, complete with a suicide tied to the drama. Way to turn a double homicide into your personal Jerry Springer episode, Fran. But oh, the bias. Sweet Jesus, the bias. Allen's defense team is begging for Frank's hearings to grill cops on their bullshit affidavit that nailed the search warrant, screaming about odorous and uninvestigated suspects that could have pointed away from their client. Fran's response? Nah, fuck that noise. No hearing, no evidence. Case stays sealed. She torpedoes motions to toss the charges, calls the defense incompetent and sloppy, faster than she denies media cameras in her courtroom. Because who needs accountability when you've got a gag order choking everybody but the prosecutors? Rick's rotten in solitary for years, doped up on antipsychotics, babbling confessions that and any half-assed lawyer could argue were coerced out of a psychotic break. Is Fran bat an eye? Nope. She lets that shit straight to the jury. Straight to the jury like it's gospel, while blocking every alternative theory that might muddy her guilty as sin narrative. It's like she's got a prosecution tattoo on her saggy tits and a vendetta against due process. Fast forward in November of 2024, jury convicts Richard Allen after a trial where Fran's rulings boxed the defense into a corner tighter than a nun's habit. No third-party suspects, no real shot at exculpatory odonism dirt, just a parade of he did it witnesses. Post-conviction, defense files motions to vacate. preserve evidence on shady leads like Keegan Klein's catfishing bullshit, denied without a hearing, because why bother with facts when you've already got your thumb on the scale? Fran Gull, the poster child for why judges should mandatory retire at 60 before their idea of impartial becomes I'll bend the rules like my arthritic back for the side that kisses my robe. She's turned a tragedy into a farce, sealing secrets while the public pays the bill. Over $2.5 million in taxpayer cash for her circus. Enjoy your legacy, you robe-wearing roadblock to justice. The only thing you're guilty of is making Indiana's courts look like a bad episode of Judge Judy on bath salts. Rick Allen might rot, but your rep's already 6 feet under, deader than the leads you buried.
I hope I have a whole 4-hour drive in the morning to think about Walla.
Walla? Oh, you haven't done Walla yet. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, hot diggity damn, dude. Those are good. Those are good.
Sad thing is with her, though, I think I only got the one picture, and it's the one where she's standing outside the courthouse with her purple hair.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me download
Oh my
this.
gosh, just realized I'm muted.
Okay,
guys, we're like cackling. Hold on. Okay, you have a video. Is it the big JD thing that she's sending?
Big JD.
I'm earlier. They're saying they had a video.
Oh, is that what you got sent to
I
your
don't know.
email?
I'm hoping because I'm like, I want to
No,
see
that
it.
is not what I was about to play.
Aw.
That's a whole nother. Can't I don't even have time tonight to talk about it. It's like that's a whole thing.
Whole live.
A whole thing. So no, I got to get my video up to play for you though. So this is for Sleuthy, who is. It's almost her birthday.
It's not. It better have nothing to do with birds.
Hang on. By the way, we have to check out. Apparently, is it Dave Vito and who else started a podcast?
What?
Yeah, I forget which one of the goobers it was. It was like two. There's a picture of them at CrimeCon with Murder Sheet, and they're talking about like they started a detectives podcast.
You've got to be kidding me.
Wait. Okay, no. But that's not the Dave and whatever that he was talking about, right?
Oh no, that's not the sergeant one. He didn't know their
Okay.
names. David, Mike or whatever.
Yeah.
Steve. I don't even remember what it was.
When he was like, it's a really good podcast. And Susan's like, you can say who the hosts are. He's like, oh, I don't know their names.
I don't know their names. It's just a good podcast. I met those.
I can't remember who
fellas
posted
outside a
about
little
it.
bit ago.
Oh, it might have been Tatiana. Hold on, let me see.
I think it was Dave Vito. I saw what you're talking about.
And maybe Rich Davies, I think.
Oh, maybe it was Rich Davies instead and somebody else.
I can't remember. I'm about to see. I think Tatiana posted it. Let me see if I can figure it out. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen again. Okay, you ready?
Oh, God. What?
Nine.
Oh, Teresa?
Don't. Okay, I was about to say.
You know, that's probably what you need to do to make Jerry look happy. He actually looked like a decent human being. Do it again.
What, do you want me to do it again? Okay, hold on.
I mean, at least I didn't kiss him. I just like nuzzled
I
him.
wasn't, I didn't make it. It was sent to me for you.
Oh my God.
Okay, hold on.
Get back to town.
Yeah.
Look at Jerry. He actually he looks like a human being. Look. Oh, there you go. There's a normal Biff. Look at there. He looks normal.
Cuddly with him.
And then Jack Skellington's like, I'm gonna eat Joe. Nom nom nom. Oh my God. He would love a sleuthy goosey muzzle, I bet you. Break his ice cold heart of steel.
Oh shit, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
I just sent you the link to their. I don't know who it is, but there's the last two things I put in the private chat was the podcast. Man.
Okay, join Dave and Steve, 2 seasoned investigators with over 35 years of combined law enforcement experience. This is not.
No,
there it is.
No, that's the podcast.
This is
That's
the
the people
podcast.
he was talking about.
Yeah, but that's not
Oh,
Dave
the
Vito.
link, the second to the last link I posted. I thought Tatiana was saying that was the. Hang on, where is it? Where did it just go?
I don't think so. Not that I've really heard Dave Vito
They
talk.
took a picture with Murder Sheet, the one
I've
where it says
listened to that
Tatiana's.
podcast.
Hang on, who's she talking about though?
We loved hanging out with our friends Kevin and
Oh.
Anya of the Murder Sheet at CrimeCon Denver. Huge thank you to them for everything they do and for all they've done. You both are amazing. Okay, vomit.
What have they done?
I don't know. That picture.
Is that their Burger Chef Connect or whatever they're talking?
I have no fucking idea. That is just But yeah, no, Steve and
Oh my gosh, I was thinking it was Vito, and why somebody else quote Twitter. Maybe it was a joke then. I thought it was because the person in the picture looked like Rich Davies to me, but he didn't have the MC Hammer pants on. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was
I don't know. All these deep fakes floating around. It's hard to tell
I don't
what's
know.
real anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I think they were kidding now. I just didn't realize it. I thought they actually meant it was Vito and Davies.
I mean, it's
not. No, I see it now.
But I don't know. I mean, I've
Davies.
listened to them, but I don't really know their voices to ever say like maybe it is
Either maybe Dave Vito. I don't know. I got to check. But the
Wouldn't that be
picture-
funny if like
maybe it's
Jerry
Vito
knew something we
and
didn't?
somebody else. I don't know.
Actually, he does look like. I do. I think the guy on the right next to Anya is. I think that's Vito. Did you
Yeah,
see-
I have no good answer for that.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to find out.
Yeah.
Who's
Let me know what you find out.
Steve Buckley?
Oh, from Indiana State Police?
I don't,
Sergeant Buckley?
maybe.
Hmm.
And I'll do some more digging to see. That's just bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna look it up later.
All right, you guys, we're going to wrap this up. As always, thank you guys for hanging out with us. I know that you guys have 1,000 other places you could spend your time in chat. And a huge thank you to Sleuthy Goosey and All Eyes for just amazing research overall and trying to find the truth in the lies and for a good fucking roast. So, happy Thanksgiving to you all. Go enjoy your holiday. I will hopefully be back on Friday. And hopefully I can get these two to maybe join me at least maybe someday over the weekend so we can do the Q&A on third-party suspects. I think that should wrap up the main gist of Delphi, hopefully, because we kind of covered the legal yesterday. Today we did the timeline, the majority of it, and then if we
All
can
the
do
loose ends of the timeline.
Yeah, the loose ends of the timeline, just kind of a continuation. So we'll see if we can get that scheduled. Other than that, like I said, go enjoy your holiday. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody except for Judge Fran Gold. And I will see you guys in a couple mañanas.
Okay. Love you. Bye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
All Eyes. Nuh-uh. Oh, come on. Killing me, Smalls.
Love you. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going down. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.